data analytics. So we can do the data or data related activities in cloud. Okay, so that is nothing but data factory. So before going into that directly the data related activity. So in the day one, as Mahesh told, like we have covered Windows virtual machine and Linux virtual machine. Okay, and then we went for day two. So where we configure SQL database, we had done all the activities like creation of table, inserting some data, updations, everything we have done, and we integrated the SQL database, which is created on the cloud to our local client. So that is already done. In the day three, today we are going to see some storage account, and then in the storage account, the main purpose of the storage account, this is a service from Microsoft Azure. Okay, so using this service, we can move our local data. So we can move our local data or local data to cloud. Okay, so we already in the theory part, we are already seen like every business is now moving from a traditional concept to the cloud concept. So for that particular, if I want to move my business from traditional to cloud, so I need one mechanism where I can transfer all my local data, all my files, which is there in my local laptop or local desktop or server. So I need to migrate all the things to a cloud. So for that, we need one service. So that service is just nothing but storage account. So we'll try to create a storage account, and we'll see what are the operations we can do in the storage account. So let me go for my portal.azure.com. So all of you open this portal.azure.com, connect to your portal, and here, so you can go and define storage accounts. So just go for the search box, and here you type the service name. My service name here for today is storage accounts. So when I'm typing storage, it is showing all the matchings. Okay, so always you select one service from services tab. Under services tab, I'm having storage accounts. I'm just selecting the storage accounts. So this is the storage account. Already two storage accounts has been created already. So these are all not our storage account. Now we'll try to create our own storage account. For that, just click on create. Click on create. So as usual, it is asking the basic details. So these are all the different tabs where we need to be some data like a basics tab, advanced tab, networking tab, data protection, encryption, tags, review. Okay. So now I'm going for the basics tab. I'm giving the basic details like names, name of the resource and all. So my subscription, the first thing is I need to check the subscription. So the EF subscription is there. It's a valid subscription. So and now I need to select the resource group. So for this, I have created FDP8 underscore day 3. All of you select the same resource group FDP8 underscore day 3. After resource group, now you need to give the name of the service. So I am giving my name. This should be a unique name. I am giving EN storage 1. So this is my storage account name. This should be a unique one. Okay, everyone should have a unique name. And then I'm keeping the region as East US only. For the timing, I'm keeping the region as East US. And performance, I'm taking a standard performance. And regarding redundancy means I am requesting only one storage account, but by default the cloud computing people will give you multiple storage accounts. The storage accounts will be kept near to your geographical region or near to your zone or anything. So like I am, since it is for demo purpose, I'm just selecting locally redundant storage. That means only which data center is closest to my premise. So that in that particular data center only it is having one backup. So it is not keeping any backup in any of the data centers except the local one. So all of you select this LRS. LRS stands for locally redundant storage, and then you can click on advanced tab. So just look at the parameters what are there in this advanced version, like the versions are there, everything is there. So the protocols, blob storage, you can see here, this is a very important term, the blob storage. So whatever we are creating, so the service name is called storage account. And here we are keeping in the storage account, we are keeping our data in one particular place. That place is called as blob storage. This is very, very important term to understand data movement activities in cloud. So blob storage is a place where we are keeping the data. So the data may be in the structured form or unstructured form or semi-structured form. So whatever be the form of the data, we are keeping the data in the blob storage. And in the blob storage, we can access the data in the two types. Like access types are two, hot and cool. And hot means suppose if you are in need of the access of the data very frequently you are accessing the data which is there in the cloud. So then I can click on hot. Suppose if you are ensure that your data you are not accessing the data frequently,
अपने
instead you
ऊपर
are
सर
very rarely. I request all the participants, like faculty members, to go on mute. Yeah, thank you, sir. So now cool means you are accessing the data. You are keeping the data in the blob storage. That means blob storage means in a place in the cloud. Okay. So and you are not accessing very frequently. Then you can go for cool. So for the time being, I am going for hot. This is the default option. I'm keeping it here. The most important term here in this tab is blob storage. Blob storage is a place where keeping the data. The data may be in any of the form, structured form or unstructured form or semi-structured form. And then click on networking. Here networking you can see. So I am having enabling public access. So that means here from any network, any person can access my storage account. And then data protection. So you can see the data protection. So these are all that means data protection means how can I delete my resources, like after usage, if I want to delete, how can I delete? Okay, how can I keep my data to be live? All these things we can keep in, like in this tab, data protection tab. Encryption, you can see the default encryption. So these are a default encryption type. And then tags, already we know the tags. Suppose if I want to assign this particular storage account to one person like XYZ, so then I can give the name as XYZ. Okay, and here I can assign some value like 1, 2, and so on. For this person, this is the second service. For this person, this is the 10th service. So like that, I can add the names and values of that particular person who is assigned to this particular service. And then click on review. So when I'm clicking on the review, it is going for final validation. So validation means just nothing but, so it is checking the availability. You have given so many things like your name of the account and everything. It is checking for all the availability. Once the availability is okay, then it is asking us to create. Yes. The validation is passed for my service and I'm clicking on create. And it is taking the deployment. Now it is starting deployment. You can see here from the notification. So from the notification, you can see deployment is in progress, and in the main window also, you can see in the service window also, you can see deployment is in progress. So deployment is in progress means it is going to create a storage account which is requested by the client, and it can be in the operational mode. It is in the operational mode. Once it is deployed in my subscription, I can directly use it. I can directly use it for my application. Yes, it is created. Now I am going for the resource. So for that, just click on this go to resource. Click on go to resource. I think up to this you are all done. So any doubts in this up to this? Any doubts from your side?
Hello, Narendra sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, I just complete my verification for and acceptance for Outlook ID.
Okay.
So now I open portal.azure.com.
Okay. Yeah. Directly type the portal.azure.com, sir.
After complete with the Outlook ID.
Did you accept the invitation, sir? After opening the
Yes, I
mail?
accept the invitation, sir. It's
Okay.
now open, sir. Please.
Okay. Okay. Now you can see the search box, right, sir, on the top. So you can, I'll show you that search box here. So this is my storage account.
Complete. I share myself.
Okay. So Manoj, sir. Okay. Share the screen, sir. Hello, Manoj, sir. Hello, Manoj, sir. Okay. Meanwhile, anybody having any doubt, please raise your hand. Like, how can I solve that? Otherwise, I'll share the screen. We'll move ahead.
हाँ जी सर नहीं सर एक मिनट में जस्ट फोन आ गया था एक
Okay. Okay.
जस्ट आई शेयर माय स्क्रीन सर
Okay.
तो नाउ आई ओपन सर माय स्क्रीन इज विजिबल टू यू
Yes, sir. Yes. So you can click on maybe later. So click on that maybe later.
maybe later
Okay. So now what you do is go to that search box, sir, on the top search box.
where sir
Search box. Microsoft Azure is visible now, sir. The name of Microsoft
है.
Azure. On the right hand side. No, sir. On the right hand side there is a search box. That box.
सर्च बार मनोज कुमार जी
सर्च बॉक्स ठीक है
सर्च बार पे जाइए.
No.
What to type, sir?
Storage account. So this is the name of the service, sir. Storage. Yeah. So select this. Yes, it is already shown that. Okay. Select the
storage account.
Yes. Okay. These are all the storage accounts created by our faculty. So create for user. So there is an option like let's create on the top.
Here.
Yes. Click on that. Okay. So now select the resource group name as FDP8 day 3. Okay. Now scroll down, sir. Okay. So now in the text box is there now, sir. So storage account name. So give the name, any random name. That should be unique one. You can keep it as MK storage 1. MK storage 1. Okay. So okay, sir, it is accepting. Okay, you can keep it to US. Okay, that is no problem. And come down, sir. Okay, so the standard you can keep it. Okay, no issue. So directly you can go and click on review, sir. Yeah, it is going for the validation, sir. You can see clearly on the top. So now your validation is passed, sir. So click on create, that blue button on the bottom. Okay, now your deployment is started for your service. It's taking a little time, 1-2 minutes time it is taking, and it will create you your storage account with your name.
Okay.
We'll wait for that 2 minutes. Yeah. So the deployment is in progress. That means it is deploying that particular resource which is requested by you at your subscription.
Okay.
Yeah, what next? Yeah, ma'am. Suprava, ma'am, please, 2 minutes, ma'am. So after this deployment
Okay,
is over,
got it.
we'll start. Yeah. So we'll all go in parallel so that no confusions will be there. Yeah. So click on go to resource, sir. Yeah. So this is your storage account name, sir.
But I think
MK
I am
storage.
lagging.
My screen is lagging, ma'am.
No, no, no. I am lagging. The screen I have shared, I have not reached up to this level. What you are sharing right now or
Otherwise,
discussing right now.
oh, actually, where are you, ma'am? Now?
I have shared my screen.
Okay. No. But because you haven't have the permission. So what's your name, ma'am? Suprava.
No, I have not shared. I have put my screenshot in the chat box.
Okay.
Chat
Okay.
message to you.
Okay. I'll see, ma'am.
And now, sir.
And now we are all in the same step, sir. So we are waiting for you only. So now I will go.
Okay.
So,
Can I
yeah, you
disconnect
can
my
unshare.
sharing?
Yes, you can, ma'am. Like Suprava, ma'am. So select
Yes.
the resource group name as FDP8 day 3.
Research group. Create a storage account.
No. In the
Ma'am, you can share your screen. Let me make you an organizer.
Meanwhile, anybody having any doubt, please ask us. So we'll clarify because we have some time.
Ma'am, you can share your screen.
Share your screen. Where is that one? Okay. Is it visible?
It's coming, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Now you select the resource group name, ma'am. Click on the resource group box. The combo box is there, ma'am. You click on that.
Okay. FDP8.
Yes. FDP8. Yeah. Scroll down, ma'am. Okay. Now you can give your storage account name, ma'am. So it is asking storage account name. You can give the storage account name. Any unique name.
Only
You all the
okay.
and, okay. So the East US you can keep everything okay. So go to the redundancy.
Sorry?
Go to the last option, redundancy. Open the combo box. Open the combo box and select locally redundant. Yeah, open that. First one, locally redundant store. LRS.
Yeah.
Okay.
LRS,
done.
right.
Yes. Now directly click on the review. Click on review button, the blue button. Yes. So now you are going to have the validation. So once the validation is passed, then yes, you can click on the create button, the blue button on the bottom. Click on the create button. Yeah. So now your service is going to deploy on your subscription.
Okay.
It will be taking 1-2 minutes time and it will be deployed on your subscription. So the deployment process has been started.
Progress.
The remaining faculty, you can take a screenshot of your
Shall I
storage
stop
account and you can post
that's
it into
it or
the
any-
chat box.
Yeah. After deployment is complete. So in place of deployment is in progress, it will be coming as deployment is complete. So after that, please take the screenshot, this screenshot, and keep it in the chat, ma'am. All of you, all the faculty members, please do that. So take the screenshot of your resource once it is created and keep it in the chat. Ma'am,
So
click
shall
on
I
the
stop
go to
sharing
resource.
now?
Yeah, click on the go to resource button also. Yes, this is
Okay.
your service, ma'am. This is the service. Take the screenshot of this and
Okay,
put it in the
Dardola
chat.
B.
Okay, I'm stopping sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I think all you are in the same page, like the storage account page. So I'm sharing the screen. So what we are done is till now we have created a storage account service in our subscription. So can you all able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Yeah, sir. This is my storage account name, sir. And now, what is the basic purpose of this particular service, sir? We already discussed. The basic purpose of this storage account service is to move our local data to the cloud. So this is our main aim of creating this service. So now I will share two files, sir. So you download from the chat and keep it on your desktop so that you can treat that data as your local data. Then I will show you how to make our local data to present in the cloud. So for that, I am giving you like, I'll share two files, sir. So two CSV files, download from the chat. I'll add. Just a second. Meanwhile, I'll take the screenshots and try to keep it in the chat. Okay. Let us go for our chat. Meanwhile, you please share your screenshot. It is getting some time, I think. Mahesh?
Yes, Narendra.
Yeah, can you share the two files like address.csv, employee.csv? Because my attachment is not visible here.
Okay, fine, fine. I will be sharing. So only one screenshot from Vanati ma'am. So remaining people, please share your screenshot. This is the way, if you are sharing the screenshot, we can understand that where you are, so that we can synchronize our speed. So I request you all faculty members, please share the screenshot of your present. Yeah, so please. And I request all the faculty members to share this one. Like, so the deployment is complete for this. Also, this like Sapna ma'am, you can click on go to resource button. That blue button is there now, ma'am. So you can click on that blue button so that you are entering into your service. And Rupali ma'am shared. Okay, nice. So already she is in sync with us. So remaining people also, please share the screenshot.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Sir, actually, yesterday I could able to create that Linux and Windows, but today my account is not allowing me to create.
Otherwise,
It is giving problem for me.
you can share the screenshot, ma'am. You can share the
I have
screenshot.
already posted in the chat box. It is a
Okay.
Vakularani. I already posted. I said I did not get access.
So this one, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Vakularani.
Okay, Rani. Okay. Let me.
It is giving some message like this. I think I already copied the image. Once again, I'm posting. Yeah, this one. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not able
Interaction
to.
with the-
It is coming like this. Yeah. Again, I'm doing it. It is allowing. It is not allowing for me. Then shall I try with a free trial or something? No. I should
No,
get an
ma'am,
access. Yesterday, I could able to access the resources. Today, it is not allowing me.
Mahesh, the subscription, ma'am, can you share your Outlook mail ID so that Mahesh will check?
No, actually, I have given my personal mail ID, like our official mail ID, vakula.r@cmrit.ac.in.
So, ma'am,
Outlook, I
that
have
is the
created
issue.
an account.
You can create new Outlook ID, and you can
I have created. I
give
have
it to.
created.
Huh.
Okay, I will give vakularani@outlook.com.
Yeah, share the
Please
Shall I put it
text
in?
it in
yes.
Yes,
chat box,
I do
so
that.
you can get that one.
Yes, Vakularani.
Mahesh,
Narendra, I think some issues there. What I will be doing, I will be posting those two CSV file in the WhatsApp group only.
okay, that is fine. Yes, that is also nice.
Vakularani. Yes.
Meanwhile, connect to my WhatsApp web. All the faculty members, you connect to your WhatsApp web. We'll try to keep our two files, two database, and from there and it in the desktop. Today net is a little bit slow. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I posted in the group,
have
sir. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Mahesh, you add this Outlook ID, and meanwhile, I'll try to upload the two files in the WhatsApp.
Yes. I'm doing the same.
Okay. So today the net is a little bit slow.
You will send me again invite, no, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'm
Mahesh will.
sending.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, if you are having any sort of doubt or anything, so you can ask us. So still we have 2-3 minutes time.
Yeah, one more doubt is here. I have just posted in the chat box. You said hot and cool, right? If it is a
yes,
cool,
ma'am.
can I operate my data?
Yes. You can operate. You can access the data. So these are two
Okay.
access types. How
Okay.
frequently? That means number of times you are accessing. If you are frequently accessing, then your
Okay.
billing will be more. If you're keeping your option as cool, and if you're accessing more frequently, your billing will be more. So that is
Okay.
the reason why we can optimize the access also. If you're keeping the hot option, so then even you are accessing your data in a day 100 times or 1000 times. Even then the billing will be compromised. The billing will be a little bit lesser.
When it is in
But
hot.
when it is in hot, you can access as many times as you want. The billing will be a little bit low. But if you're keeping your access tier as cool, and if you're accessing many times, the billing will be done more. So it is something like going to a supermarket and purchasing bulk, the pricing will be less. Purchasing less, the pricing will be a little bit higher. Something like that.
Yeah. And you said blog. Is it following object-oriented storage? Object-based storage?
Blob means like Yeah, blob means it is a repository, ma'am. It is a repository.
Repository. It is an object-based
Yeah.
repository, right?
Yes, yes,
No.
object-oriented repository. So where you
Okay,
can
okay.
keep, where you can keep all sorts of data, ma'am, like structured
Mhm.
data, semi-structured data,
Unstructured.
and
Yes, yes,
unstructured
yes.
data.
But it will be maintained in
Anything
a
you can.
flat file system, right?
Yes, yes,
Flat file.
yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Blob is
So I'm
nothing
just,
but it is a type of
Yeah, metadata you are putting
form.
into the
Okay.
thing, right?
So,
It is
yes,
storing
yes.
the metadata actually. Yeah, yeah. Got
Metadata
it.
actually.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
So binary, it's a
All
it's called as binary large object. Blob means
Huh.
binary large object.
Okay.
So generally, what is the
yeah, all
purpose of storage
faculty
account?
members
Is
are same.
generally we used to store no SQL data only in the storage account. To understand the storage account, I can help you with this example also. Like we are watching YouTube, right? We all know YouTube because we watch videos on YouTube. So generally, this YouTube, those videos are with a higher quality, right? Even we can find videos with 8K quality also, right? So the data size of those videos is been very large, and it is in sense like we can store those videos in the database, right? SQL database. And
Yeah.
if we store also to fetch those videos, it will be needed too much time, right? So
Hmm.
generally, in previous before this cloud computing was not there, generally we used to do the same method, like whatever NoSQL data is there, we used to store it into this SQL database only, and we will be fetching from there only. So you might be experienced in our previous days where when we visited any website, so content come first and pictures and videos they are just in loading state, and then after they are coming, okay, after few time.
Yes.
But
Yes,
nowadays you
yes.
can see just clicking on this, just logging to any website, each and everything comes immediately. Why so? Because this NoSQL data is there now. So it should be
Mhm.
image, it can be
Yes.
videos, it can be MP3 file, it can be anything, right? Object, unstructured data. So what the company has done, company has created one storage account, and under the storage account, company has put that data. Okay, and now to run this storage account also, there is one computing services is been provided by by this company of cloud computing. Now the link of this file is being provided into your SQL database. So suppose anyone clicks on that link, this compute storage account easily fetch that data from the storage account, and it just pass to this user interface. So this is the benefit of using storage account. This is one of the most benefit why this storage account is been storage account concept is been implemented in this cloud computing. So
Okay.
generally the second,
Whenever
yes,
you are hosting the services, the frequently accessed data you can put it in the storage.
storage account. And the
Right, right.
second purpose is like there is some data which I don't want to access
Mm.
frequently. Okay, but I want to
Mm.
store it in a safe position, or in safe position. I want to store it, right? So for that also this cool system is being provided. Like cool tire is there, where you will be storing that data and you will be accessing with certain time limits, like after 6 months, after 1 month. Okay, so that is the credential, like privacy you are maintaining with the storage account. So
Yeah.
the storage account can be used in very different ways. And the third use of storage account is what? So see, a lot of big companies are there. I can explain you with the example of Google also. So what this Google is doing, Google is extracting data from different resources, and this data Google is transforming that data into one form. Okay, and then Google is saving the data into this their database. Okay, and someone writes some keyword on their search engine. Google is doing, Google have prepared one algorithm, and according to that algorithm, Google will be suggesting those website to us, right?
Correct, correct.
So This NoSQL data, where the storage account role comes in this whole process, like when Google is extracting data from different resources, those unstructured data, to store those unstructured data, Google is using the storage account. Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
after storing all those unstructured data, the transformation job is been done in this data factory of cloud computing. So this transformation job has been done in this data factory cloud computing, and after transforming it, this data will be stored into this data warehouse. Okay, so you might be knowing the concept of data warehouse, big data,
Yes.
data mart,
Yes. Yeah.
and data lake.
Yeah.
Okay, so those
Yeah.
are the
Data lake.
concepts in cloud computing. Like the huge amount of data will be stored in this data warehouse, and this data warehouse is being used to find the insights from that data. Okay, so the persons like business analysts, the person like business and data analysts, person like developers, so those are the people who are using this data warehouse to get the data from this, and they make new things from it. Okay, so this is how
Yeah.
the concept of storage account is there in the cloud computing, and the uses of storage account in cloud computing. So the storage
Yeah.
account, you can make it private also, you can make it public also, you can make it hybrid also, or you can make it a community cloud also. So each resources in cloud computing, you can categorize into 4 types: public, private, hybrid, and community. So that depends on the user. Okay, so this is the purpose where you are using the storage account. Now, the thing what Narendra sir will be explaining you, like if you extract like some data from any resources and you are storing that data in this storage account, now you will be doing the activity of transformation. Like you will be transforming that unstructured data to a structured data. So how to do that? That thing is been done under this data factory, which will be explained by Narendra sir to you now. Okay, Narendra, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think all faculty members created this storage account. Now please download the 2 files which were sent on the WhatsApp. So one is address.csv. The second one is employee.csv. So these are 2 CSV files, and you can keep these 2 files on the desktop. So now, I'm going to the storage account. So this is my storage account, and this is my storage account name, and these are the details like resource group name and location, subscription, everything. Now what I'm doing is I'm coming to the left side. I'm scrolling down a little, and here we can see the data storage. Tab will be there, data storage. So here in this storage account, we can keep the data. So we can store the data in these 4 locations, like containers, file shares, queues, and tables. So now I am going for containers. So this is the container is a place. Container is a place where just let me 1 second.
Narendra, sign in again.
I need to. Yeah, yes, I'm signing. 1 second. Mahesh, it is giving some problem, I think.
Clear your history of your browser and you can sign in. Oh, okay, let me share my screen so I can. further
Meanwhile,
correct you.
you share the screen.
Meanwhile, you can sort your problem. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Please confirm me whether you're getting my screen. Yes.
Yes, Mahesh.
Okay. So we are at the storage account and here is the list. Like I can see only few faculties has performed this practical and the count is 80. Why so? I don't know, like why the faculties are not performing practicals. Should I repeat one more time the same practical for you people? Please let me know.
Please sir, repeat कर दीजिए.
ठीक है. So see, let me start from first itself. So see, sir, like if you want to create any resource, now there is very simple trick I will be telling you. Go to this search bar in the top and search for the keyword which you want to create, right? Right now, I want to create storage account. So I will be searching for this word storage. Okay. And after searching only the keyword storage, the suggestions will be provided by Microsoft Azure. These services, under these services, these are the services which has been provided by this Microsoft Azure company. And under these resources, those are the resources which has been already created. And under this marketplace, those are the services which has been provided by third-party companies. Okay. But now, what the thing we will be doing, we will be choosing the resource or the service which has been provided by Microsoft Azure. So click on this storage account. Okay. So when you will be clicking on storage account, you will be redirected to this creation or you will be redirected to this dashboard of storage account where you will be finding the list of storage account which these users have created under this EF subscription. Now to create a new storage account, you need to click on create button. Click on create button and then you will be redirected to this create storage account form. Okay. Now, like yesterday, I have already tell you like how Microsoft Azure is asking some demands from us, like what type of storage account we want. Okay. And we need to provide those details to this Microsoft Azure company. Like this is the type of storage account I want on cloud computing. So those are the questionnaires which has been asked by this Microsoft Azure, and we need to fulfill those things. Okay. So the first question is about resource group. So I need to choose the resource group under which I need to create this storage account. So the resource group name should be FTP8 underscore day 3. It's day 3 only, na? Yes. So everyone choose this resource group FTP 8 underscore day 3. Choose the same resource group. Then we need to fulfill the details like instance detail. Okay. So what you would be liking to keep your name to your storage account. Okay. So what name we should give? We can give any name. So I'm giving my name also. Okay. So this is the name of my storage account and this instant under this instant details, it is asking us like where you want to deploy the storage account, in which data center you want to deploy. So my recommendation will be always to choose the recommended options which is being provided by Microsoft Azure. So let us choose any option from this recommended thing. Let us use this central US. Okay, you can choose any option under this recommended list. Okay, so this is the region I have selected. Now, the third thing this Microsoft is asking us, performance. How you would like to you would like your storage account to be performed. Okay, so there are two things, standard and premium. So I will be choosing standard only because for general purpose, the storage account is being used. And when I will be choosing this premium account, so this premium storage account is with the lower latency. Okay, and it is also costlier compared to the storage standard one. So choose the standard storage account. Okay. Then in the fourth question will be of reductancy, whether you want to reductant the storage account in some other place. Okay. So those are the options where you can make a replicate of the storage account. But right now I don't want to replicate. I will be doing replicate or reductant this storage account locally only. Okay. So this is all the things you need to do to create a storage account. Okay. Then if you move to this next step, advanced feature, where you will be defining the security of the storage account. So under this security, what the things you can see? You can see the security which is related to your storage account, which you want to create. Okay. Now here you can find some questionnaires. Required secure transfer for REST APIs operation. Suppose you are doing some REST APIs operation, you want to secure those things. That is been asked by this Microsoft Azure. Allow enabling anonymous access on individual content. Suppose now how this storage account is been working. Let me explain you first this thing. Under this storage account, we can create numbers of containers. And under those numbers of container, we can keep folder also. And under those folder, we are keeping our data. It's just like a file management system, or it's just like a desktop or laptops which we are using, where we are creating one folder, and under this folder, we are storing some data. The same concept work with the storage account also. The container is nothing but the container is just like your drive in your computer. So this is my drive, C drive, D drive, G drive. Under this drive, I'm having some folders or some data which can be stored. Okay. So this is the data and this is the folder. Okay. But in our EF subscription, we are not having rights to create a folder under this container. We can only store the data under container. Okay. So this is the way, this is how the data is being stored under this storage account. Now, this option, what it tells us, like whether you want to enable the anonymous access, like anyone can access this container or what, that you are enabling from here. If you just click on this check button, it will make enable, and if you just by default it is disabled. Okay, for security purpose it is disabled. Like anyone can't access your container. This is for security purpose. So don't make any changes here. Then next operation is version controlling. Like the minimum TLC versioning is 1.2 and the older one is 1.0. So permitted scope of for copy operation, whether you want to permit a scope for copy operation. So that has been default selected. So hierarchical namespace, any namespace or hierarchical you want to give it or what. So this is generally used for data lake storage Gen 2. Okay. So what is this data lake actually? So the data which is been, so it is the data lake is the concept where this is being used by the developers. Mostly it is being used by the developers and to store to do operations on big data. Okay, so you want that thing, you can configure here. If you enable this, all these features gets enabled at the bottom, and you can convert the storage account to this data lake storage Gen 2. Okay, this can be also possible. Then access protocol, where you will be accessing your top and data lake Gen 2 endpoints. Okay, where how you will be accessing, whether you want to access with SFTP, which is file transfer protocol. Like with file transfer protocol, you can upload those files to this storage account. This you want to enable or not. This from here you can do that thing. But when it will be enabled, when you will be clicking on this data lake Gen 2 storage account. Okay, so generally it is used by the developers to load the data. Okay. So this access protocol and this will be getting enabled. Then block storage. So how this access tier you want for your storage account? So hot means frequently access data and day-to-day use scenario. Like daily basis you are doing operations on storage account, then you need to choose hot. And if you are not doing daily basis activity, then you will be choosing cool option. Okay. So this hot and cool are nothing but it is for cost effectiveness of your storage account. Okay. So if you choose some cool thing like cool, then the cost will be lesser for your data storage. Okay. And if you choose hot, then the cost will be more for your data storage account. Okay. Then Azure files. Okay. So these Azure files are nothing but where you can share the larger amount of files to others resources. Okay. Like you are storing larger amount of files in your storage account and you are sharing those files with some different storage account or with some other SQL database or with some other resources that you want to enable or not, you can enable from here. So those are the advanced feature for the storage account. And when you move to the networking part, so in networking, you need to enable public access from all network. Like what? You can access the storage account from all public network. Okay. And if you want to monitor that also, you can monitor from here. Okay. The next is data protection. Don't make any changes in advanced networking, data protection, encryption. Okay. Don't make any changes, keep by default only. In data
Hi Mahesh.
protection, yes, Shashank.
Mahesh, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. So Mahesh, Bharat has joined from EY,
Yes,
facilitated the
yes.
session. So
Okay.
we can continue with Bharat's session and then we can resume
Yes, I will
your
be
session.
continuing afterwards.
Hi, Bharat.
Hi Shashank, hi Mahesh. I think Mahesh was in the middle of like discussing about the ADLS infra. So let it
Yeah.
complete because it comes to the complete idea of the audience actually. So then I
Okay,
can
sure,
start
sure.
with my session. That is also included in my part. So if he covers, it would be like I can go in more into the tech part actually with respect to the
Sure.
design.
So
Yes,
Mahesh, how long would it take for you to complete the session?
5 minutes,
This
ADM.
topic?
only 5 minutes.
Sure. So Bharat, we can start once Mahesh is done with the delivery.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, Mahesh, please let me know once you're done.
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen one more time. Please confirm me whether you're getting my screen or not.
Yes,
Yes,
Mahesh.
it's visible.
Yes. Okay, fine. Thank you. So in data protection, what the thing you will be doing, you will be monitoring your data protection. Okay. So how the data protection you will be doing with your storage account. So here you can find those concepts like whether you want to enable soft delete for block. What this soft delete for block means, like when anyone, when like you delete some data from your storage account, it will not delete hard delete. Okay. It will not delete permanently. It will be remain for 7 days, and here you can increase the days, numbers of days, like how many days you want to retain your data. Okay. So according to that, this data protection is been done here. Okay. And this is the concept of soft delete. After 8 days, any operation doesn't any operation doesn't do on that data, then this data will be permanently deleted. Okay. So this is what about soft delete concept in this storage account and the tracking system where you are writing some policies to track those data. Okay. And where this version controlling is there, like sorry, version immutable data is there, where you if you enable these things, so the data protection is been done with some warm policies. Okay. So this is all about the tracking system of the data where you can track those deleted data, like when it has been deleted and to with which person it has been deleted, which login it has been deleted. So all the things we will be tracking here, and you can protect your data according if you enable this version controlling. Okay. And access control where you are defining some policies of version level immutability support. Okay, so those are the features for data protection. You can keep it by default only. Then encryption, where your data is been encrypted, and it has been encrypted with Microsoft managed keys, and where you can see enable support for customer managed keys, where you are getting by default you are getting blobs and files only. Okay, and if you want for all the services, you can choose this all services also. Okay, like the encryption part will be done for only for blobs and files, not it will not done for tables and queues. Okay, when you will be choosing this part. So this is all about the encryption part. Then the tags, where I have explained you already what are the tabs yesterday only. Like here you can define the name of the person, value, and the resources which you want to allocate to that person. So it just work like that. So click on review.
Mahesh, I think your screen was stuck. It is not moving.
Post up.
Now it is okay. Now I can see review.
Okay. So after clicking on review, you will be finding the information which I have demanded to this Microsoft Azure, right? So these are the information I have demanded to Microsoft Azure. And when I click on this create button, one JSON file will be getting created, and this JSON file will be sent to this server which I want to deploy. Okay. So after submitting this thing, the deployment gets started and the storage account has been configured here. Okay. So here you can see deployment is in the progress. Now the faculty, you can do the same procedure. Hope so you have done with me. If you have completed your procedure, please take a screenshot of that and put it into the chat box. So this is how we have created a storage account. Now, after getting deployment completed, you will be finding one button, go to resource. Click on that, and here you can see the storage account which I have demanded to this Microsoft Azure. It's been created by this Microsoft Azure, and it is been deployed on this data center, which is located in Central US. So this is how the storage account is being created on cloud computing. And if you want to see the properties of the storage account, you can find those properties. And if you want to change some properties, you can change it from here also. Okay. And there is one monitoring session is also there, where you can monitor your storage account. Some graphical representation will be shown to you, like what is the average latency, what is the ingression, breakdown. So all the things will be monitored from here. Capabilities, these are the capabilities of your storage account. So from this storage account, you can host your static website also, data protection partially configured, then lifecycle management. So those are the capabilities of your storage account. Recommendation and tutorials, where you will be finding all the important documents related to the storage account. If you find some new thing in this thing, in this storage account, either any new addition is been done in this storage account, you will be finding the documentation part in this section. Okay, or you got any query related to the storage account, this is the documentation. You can find those related queries on this Microsoft official website, where all the concepts, all the things related to the storage account is being written here. So this is the very nice thing about this Microsoft Azure, like each and everything is been documented. So this is all about storage account. And yes, and here in the menu section, you will be finding all the monitoring part, where you can, this overview, where you can get all the essentials, activity log, where all the activities which has been done under the storage account will be seen from here. Tags, which we have already explained, discussed, right? So diagnose a problem. If you want to do some troubleshooting thing, you can do it from diagnose. Access control, where you can provide access to whom, like what access you want to give it to which person. That access control you can do it from here. Data migration, if you want to migrate some data from one place to other, you can use this data migration. So there are a lot of operations are there. And like we have discussed about container. Now if you click on this container, So here you can find one log container is already there. Okay, what is this log container? Like while creating the storage accounts, all the activity logs will be stored in this log container. And if I want to create a new container, I will be clicking on this plus new container button. And I will be creating one container, like I'm creating a folder in my drive. The same way I'm creating one container in my storage account. So this is my container name, and see here one container is being created. Okay, now under this container, I can store as many data as like I want. Okay, so to storing a data, I will be clicking on this upload button, and I can browse for files and I can store data into this container. Now let us store this data. Like I want to store this Excel sheet. Okay, so I will be storing this Excel sheet and I will be clicking on upload button. So this is how the data is being stored into the storage account. Okay, so this is all about storage account practical, and I have completed the things. Any doubt, faculty, if you're having, you can ask me here. Okay,
Any
fine.
doubts
I
from
think
your side?
any doubts, please let us know.
Okay.
Sapna ma'am.
So anyone
Okay,
has
Sapna ma'am. It's already repeated second time. Okay, fine. I will be repeating a few steps for you. Nisi ma'am, all things are clear. Very good. Now, the thing which you will be doing, you will be uploading this CSV file into the storage account, which Narendra sir has provided to you on your WhatsApp group. So do the same procedure. Okay. And over to you, Bharat.
Hi Bharat.
Hi, Shashank.
Yeah, let me just share my screen now. Wait.
Yes, yes.
I hope my screen is easy.
Yes, Shashank.
Thank you very much. So, a very good morning, everyone. My name is Shashank, and I am from EduNet Foundation. And I welcome the team from EY GDS who are here to facilitate today's voluntary engagement session. And I also welcome all the faculty members for this engagement session on cloud. I thank you all for joining the session. To facilitate the session, we have an expert from EY, Mr. Venkat Bharat Kumar. Mr. Venkat Bharat Kumar from EY GDS is a data engineer in cloud with 5+ years of experience. He is currently working in EY Hyderabad office, and he is proficient in Azure, SQL, Python, extract transformation, loading process, data modeling, and one data analytics tool known as Power BI. His expertise lies in helping businesses harness the power of the cloud to drive innovation, scalability, and cost efficiencies. He holds multiple industry certifications also in data engineering, Databricks, etc. And he has a deep understanding in requirement gathering, analysis, data modeling in data warehousing applications as well. Today, Mr. Bharat Kumar will be sharing invaluable insights into the world of Azure, right, in data engineering, Databricks, etc. He is adept in retail and working in oil and gas, power and utilities domains as well. He is proficient in data analytics for report development and delivering effective data models to the client as well. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Bharat Kumar. We are privileged to have him here today to share his expertise and help us navigate the ever-evolving landscape of cloud and Azure platform. I welcome you, Bharat. And in this engaging session, I hope Bharat will deep dive into the world of cloud, sharing invaluable insight, best practices, and real-world examples. And I hope all the faculty members will have the best opportunity to learn about cloud computing capabilities, its potential, and its impact on the business intelligence, and most important, the tips and tricks to maximize the effectiveness of the cloud computing. So I hand over the session to Bharat now, and he will surely impart some good knowledge on cloud computing for the next 1.5 hours. Thank you, Bharat. Over to you.
Thank you, Shayank. Thank you for the warm welcome. Hope everyone is doing well, my dear professors. Uh, I love the profession a lot because you would be you will be the always the stepping stone for creating a good, good people towards the work environment and the culture. So here, the when I was studying at college, the one thing that I missed was the practicality, where I am good at theory, able to score good marks, but good at practicality, I'm lagging in it. So with respect to that, after getting into the industry, I have seen many people started reading the case studies and all the stuff to get into the practicality. But one more thing that I would like to add is to go through the documentation provided by the cloud providers, which is in depth the detail. I would say it would be good for the start, and we can find many other things in the cloud documentation also. So like just now you have seen Mahesh also mentioned that the documentation for Azure is very well there with respect to step by step and all the with respect to all the stuff. Um, so I would like to start with what's your understanding with the cloud, and have you encountered anywhere in your real life where you are using cloud? So if anyone is willing to share their insights, that would be great.
Like Netflix, so we are watching movies online. That is a cloud product.
Yeah, that's cool.
Office 360, Office 365,
Hmm, yes.
Google
Like,
Drive.
Google Drive.
yeah, this is exceptionally correct. From almost who are the people? Yes, yes, exactly. From age 12, who used to get towards the Gmail. So everything was stored in the cloud. So as Narendra sir mentioned, Netflix. So Netflix is an streaming platform. Streams the data from the cloud storage to our place. So that's purely the streaming platform. So it is having huge amount of data, it streams petabytes of data in some times. Whenever for example Hotstar, you have seen like in the recent World Cup cricket matches. So almost 5.3 crore people on an average are watching the live in the Hotstar. So you just understand how much the data capability the Hotstar is maintaining with respect to that, and how it is streaming, what are the tech stack it is using for streaming all the purpose. So here the vital role is the cloud plays here actually. So the um, cloud, what is a good thing with the cloud is we don't need to build anything from the scratch. So everything will be there. We just need to purchase it, and then we do the tweaks accordingly to for our utilization. So that can be done. For suppose, let's take if we want to buy a machine with just 16 GB RAM and 1 TB like SSD or HDD. So it takes almost 50 to 70,000 here. But for suppose if we need just for a month, so would we like to buy it? No, right? So better way is to deploy a virtual machine from Azure portal. So the cost will be incurred around some $50 with respect to that. First, based on the usage and or the provider, either it's Azure, AWS, or GCP. So this is how we can leverage the cloud platform. For suppose let us take one more thing. So for suppose we want to store almost like 10 to 100 TB of data, and there are frequent transfers from here to there, and from to and fro and all the stuff. So what is the best way to do it? Should we buy the hard disk or SSDs locally? So we can do it, but there will be some maintenance cost, right? That will be incurred. So So to maintain those costs and transfer cost will be there, and the protection, security, and all the things will be there. So instead of managing it, so the cloud gives us the plug and play options. Plug the storage account or plug the database, whatever you require, and play with it accordingly. So I hope you got all the, the higher level detail about the cloud actually. So here, I mean, with let regarding me, I'm a data engineer with 5 years of 5+ years of expertise in Azure data engineering stuff, and so where my tech stack, day to day, I am used with to use the Azure services like ADLS, ADF, or Synapse Analytics, Power BI, and Databricks, and the coding language with Python and Spark for Python API, SQL. So these are my day-to-day tech stack that I'm using. So today I would like to share you like few case studies where they are much important. Much important to understand in the sense of a problem view. Problem view. So let me start sharing my screen. So how many of you know that in recent times the data usage has been like gone very high because due to COVID, so the digitalization, and apart from that, many other things happened. So due to that, the data creation had become very high. So almost till 2014, the data engineering has started. I mean, with respect to the Google white paper, creating the Hadoop, Hive, and all the stuff. And from there, 2018, 19, it was going little bit slow. I mean, they are creating the open sources, but in after 2020, so the data creation has become very high. So similarly, the usage of these tools, how to consume the data faster, there are these 4 V's actually: velocity, veracity, volume, and uh, these are the things. I mean, these V's are much more important because velocity, in the sense, how much data we can consume fastly, and then veracity, how much diverse data we can consume, and volume, like what is the amount of data that we can consume. At a point of time. So that's more crucial actually. So due to that, this has been expanded a lot. So after that, we have seen, previously there are tools for the ETL, Informatica, Talent, and SSIS is there. And these are the tools we are having, but later it got exploded a lot. So movement of data has become very much faster, easier also with respect to the cloud even. So in the Azure, the main ETL part, I would say, orchestration along with that, the ETL tool, that is the Azure Data Factory. So let's take a case study with respect to this Azure Data Factory for e-commerce data integration. So as I have mentioned previously, so the data creation and the consumption has become very high. So let's take one retail application. Let's take an Amazon itself directly. So how much data it produces, per day? Like I would say millions of rows per day. Even though it could be millions of rows per day based on, a number of orders also. So it is purely e-commerce. So let's take, let's not put the big thing. So for suppose we have a small website where we sell some goods, and also like some goods like, it's a clothing store or something like that. So it's an e-commerce website. So it is having certain data, and we want to analyze it. We want to analyze it. So what will be the outcome of analyzing? So after analyzing, what we can do, we can give some vouchers who are frequent users, and when there is less sales, we can pick up the sales by providing some offers. So when do we know that particular thing? When do we know that we have less sales? Based on the analytics purpose. Based on the analytics. For suppose, let's take currently it's Christmas, right? You know, Christmas sale would be there, and January we know like the Sankranti sale would be there, and after that, like almost if you think in the summer. Now the Amazon and Flipkart are coming up with summer summer deals and all the stuff. So how do they know? Because by analyzing this data, so they know, okay, these are the months the sales are very high, so we don't need to market full-fledgedly. We can market it, but that is not up to required. But when we need to boost up the sales, when there are no sales, that is what we require. So to do the analysis, the data should be in the right format to do the analysis. I mean, we can, as you know, the data has to be in three formats: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. So let's take the website. Website data will be obviously the unstructured data. I mean, it comes as a raw files. We don't know whatever the file is. I mean, what is the tool base to build the website and how it is extracting, which APIs are extracting it, and how we are storing it. So let's take that as an semi-structured data, kind of an XML or JSON. Or even if we have that good website and we are able to extract in the CSV, then we will get the CSV that is also a semi-structured data. But we need to make that the structured data for the further purpose of analysis. Okay. So to create the data warehouse or to create the golden data, I would say, because that why would we say that as a golden data? It gives the analytics purpose. I mean, we don't need to clean the data after that. So it's pretty much precise, accurate, and right data, right values that it is providing. The facts and dimensions are right. Everything is golden layer. So how do we do the process between the raw data to the golden data, which will be used for the analytics? So this is my core part actually. My day-to-day things will be in these things only. So I would like to go deep diver into these things. So you can have, we can have a discussion if you are having any use cases or any case scenarios, or you are having any thoughts. So till here, I would like to pause for a minute. If you have any questions with respect to this, you can ask me.
Like which tool you are using for data cleaning, sir?
Data cleaning, we can use many tools actually. Here I'm considering the Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory as of now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Azure Data Factory can be used like a ETL tool, right, sir?
Yeah, ETL and the orchestration tool.
Okay.
Orchestration, yes. So ETL or the ELT, they are quite. It is having little bit small difference. Like I would like to show why we are using ELT and why we are using ETL. So what is the best place to use where? So for this thing, e-commerce data integration using the Azure Data Factory. So we have gone through the overview, we have gone through the challenge. For the analytics, we have to build the good data, the golden data, or the data warehouse. And what is the solution? What is the solution that we are providing here? So
Bharat,
the challenge is like,
Bharat, just a moment. Pratima here. Bharat,
Yes.
could you just put the F5, the slide mode, because it will be more visible to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So here, one of the company, it is having heterogeneous data sources. Because why heterogeneous especially? So in the real time also, we used to get the same kind of things. Let's take this case. The e-commerce website. So there will be this part. Whenever you place the order, it has to directly reflect in the warehouse. Along with that, it has to directly reflect in the application or the website. So there we need to use the real-time streaming. So this is one example. And for suppose there is this case, some of the sites are giving the XML files, some of the sites are giving the CSV files, and some of the sites are directly storing the data into their particular databases. And from their databases, we have to pull the data. So let's take this way. Let me explain you. Okay. Yeah. So let's take the diversity in the data creation and their storage. Here comes the part actually. So first one could be the real time streaming, because orders or payments has to reflect, okay, immediately. And then second thing would be like some of the data. For suppose let's take the user data will be stored in database. Like let's take one MySQL DB. In those it will be stored. And third one, let's take we get the hourly CSV file, or let's take the daily CSV file. Daily CSV file for data warehousing, or golden data to create gold data. So if you see here, this is the streaming data. It has to handle separately, and it is the database. I mean, these data will be secured because it's a user data. And these are daily CSV file. Let's take a daily order CSV file, and we get into our SFTP. I mean, um, transferred. File. Our file explorer transfer protocol, like SFTP. So where the team will place the files there, and then we need to pick the files accordingly. On consumption basis, on placing after placing the files. After this, here we have to we are not going with the real-time streaming. It's here the tech stack we can use like Kafka and Spark streaming. Or even there are many other things also for streaming purpose. In the Azure, we can use the Azure Event Hubs. So these are meant for the streaming purpose. So here for these two things, and here we can use the Synapse also, Synapse notebooks to be more precise, to consume the streaming data. So I'm not going into that part. So let's take a simple one. Start with a simple one. So let's take we are having user data with MySQL DB and some order CSV file also. So what we can do is like here ADF can solve the problem. ADF and let's take Azure SQL DB database. So these two
Excuse
can
me.
solve. Yeah.
Can you increase the window size? The text is not visible. Notepad window size.
You can see it now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So user data, as has mentioned, MySQL DB and daily order CSV file. So we are getting into the SFTP, and from there we have to process all the stuff. And so what we are using tools, we are using two things, ADLS, ADF, and the Azure SQL DB. So in the ADLS, I'm going to show you this part. Practically here, I'm just explaining you how we used to do in the real life with respect to this and this. So ADLS. So what we will do is copy data from MySQL to let's take our Azure SQL using ADF, and also copy and CSV data from ADLS. From ADLS to Azure SQL using the ADF. So here this is it can be like ETL or ELT. Okay. So after doing this, I mean, the most core thing is like here I'm going with the heterogeneous data, and let's go with the next part. Actually, I'll come to this part later. Sorry for going faster. So data volume and velocity. We have to know how much volume it is creating and how much fast it is coming up with. Why these two? You can ask. So data volume, why it is required? First, suppose on daily it is giving some 1 GB of data. First, suppose we have the database of just 50 GB of its capacity as of now. Let's take this case scenario. So within 50 days, what it happens? I mean, for the logs, it will take almost some like 5 to 10% of the original storage. So it comes up to something like 40 to 45 GB of the storage. So after completing that storage, so the real problem starts. The problem is scalability. How we are deploying the database. So if we are creating just a normal database where it won't scale at all, here it cannot store the data. And apart from this, the CPU will be hitting higher always whenever we run the query. Why? Because the storage is full, and as the storage is full, the processing also has been enabled according to the storage. So it will be less processing CPU. So now in this case, what we used to do is like auto scale option we used to keep. So auto scale option, what it does is like, so whenever a new data comes up and whenever it identifies it has to auto scale. So it auto scales the storage and along with the CPU capacity also. So these two things has to be handled in the infra part itself. And then velocity, how much speed the data is coming up and how much fast our process is required. So you might heard about SLS, service level agreement. So let me give a brief about this. So in the real time. So this will be for sure will be there in each and every service that we are providing, service level agreement. So for suppose we are designing a process, we have developed the ETL pipeline or ELT pipeline. So we have to provide the SLA. So it will be completed within 20 minutes. For sure, it will complete in the 20 minutes. How do we get to know? Based on the volume and based on its speed. So if our copy activity or any SQL query runs slow, it crosses our SLA, which leads to the, bad way of proceeding. So we have to take care about these things. While before deploying any database or before developing any process or the things, we have to keep these things in mind. And then real-time data insights. So how do we do the real-time data insights? So in almost all of my career, I have used the Power BI as as a visualization tool. So for this, I have almost connected to different data sources, ADLS, SQL Server, and MySQL DB, and Synapse Data Warehouse, and the Redshift Data Warehouse, or Oracle DB. So these are the different databases we can connect. So as we know, in the Power BI, we are having different types of things. So similar, different types of visualizations where we can show the data insights to the end user. So which will make them realize, okay, at this point of time, the sales is low. So at this point of time, the sales are high, but the profit is low. So what would be the issue? So let's take a thing. So the sales are high. The number of products getting sold are very high, but the revenue is very low. It seems like low price product are getting sold. So they need to think at that point. So how to sell the costlier product, which gives them more margin and more profit. So to get to this way of thinking, so we should have the good data. So this is so to get into the Power BI itself, we have to clean the data, we have to do the ETL process, and we have to get the data ready. And the data quality and the governance. So the data first, I'll come to the data quality, and the governance is like a huge part actually. It's still yet to growing. It's in I would say in second to third stage of development, because most of the people are yet to accommodate the governance. but it is also having good future actually. So I'll come to the data quality. So how do we handle the data quality in the real time? So whenever we are using the PySpark, we used to write the code directly in the data quality. We used to write the data quality checks. So example for kind of so if particularly a row of which unique ID is getting duplicated, we used to drop those two rows, because at the end of the day, the team has to decide which row has to process. So this is one example. And second one is like, so suppose the phone number column is null, but for the phone number column is required. So we are going to keep the data separately into in separate path. So we will process it later, because why phone number is not came up. So we will check in the upstream files or upstream processes why the phone number hasn't come up. And apart from this, the main part is this one also, the foreign key check actually. So for suppose we are getting for the child table, we are getting the data, the ID value is there, but that ID value is not present in the parent table. Okay. So in this case, what we used to do, we used to join with the parent table and then check the data. So you may let's here, like we have to get the question actually. So for suppose the parent table is having almost like 1 million rows, and sorry, the parent table is having almost like kind of let's take 10 million rows, and the child table is having almost 1 million rows. So daily to join these two data, it would become very problematic, right? Because it consumes more CPU and all the stuff. So how can we do it? So I'll come to that part also in the later point of time. I'll discuss that one also. And the governance. So in the Azure, we do have the governance tool called Purview, Azure Purview. So it's purely for the data governance. So it tracks, haven't worked it, but got to know in different project. So it tracks a particular column. Its granularity is very much high actually. So sorry, very low. So it tracks each and every column from where it gets transformed from one table to another table from start to the end. But we have to configure all the stuff, whatever the process that we are doing in the Azure Purview. Then it can give up the thing. It can show us the things from where to where this column has been moved and where it has been used. So this is about the data sources and the volume and velocity and the real-time data insights and the quality and the governance. So any doubts in this, or anything that you are having understanding back in?
Sir, one small doubt here.
Yeah.
So while you are mapping your client data in the master database, like you are having parent data and child data, while you are mapping, so which tool you are using, sir? And again, the same ADSL.
Okay. Okay. So for this case scenario, we have used the, we have used the Databricks actually. We can use many tools. I would like to say what we have used the Databricks and we have used the PySpark. So to do this all this process. So we can do that in the ADF also. In the ADF, we are having the data flows. We can do that in the data flow also.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So with respect to, with my perspective, I would recommend to do that in the Databricks in the coding part, which we can do it very much feasibly. It will be very much easier rather than doing that in the data flow. I'll show you why the data flow in the ADF is a little bit congested. If you have seen the SSIS, it will be kind of same in that, in that mode only. So how this Databricks is very much easier and very much reliable, like why the coding in this part is very much good. And we can do that in the SQL also, the data quality checks. And we can do those in SQL also. And then next going the solution. So what do we need with respect to the solution? So first, we need the ADLS to store the data, the CSV or XML or whatever the files we are having, and we should be having the source databases. Like I said, the MySQL database, and we need the ADF. So how will we start in the ADF? So after creating the ADF, I'll go to step by step with respect to the ADF also for the creation, how we can do it. So after creating the ADF, what we have to do, we have to configure the services that which we have created, like ADLS, MySQL DB, or the SQL Azure SQL DB. We have to configure that in the ADF and then create the data sets. Now we should be good to go with creating the data pipelines. And in the data pipelines, for the data integration, we can use the copy activity to use it. And for the orchestration and scheduling, there are 3 types of triggers. We can use it however we want. I'll go into that in detail, one by one trigger. And the data transform and enrichment, we can use the store procs, which we can trigger the store procs, or which we can query from the ADF itself, and we can use the data flows also. And with respect to monitoring and alerting, here comes this tricky part. With respect to the ADF, we have to use the logic apps to trigger the web activity from the ADF, and the service logic app service from the Azure to trigger an email. And for the monitoring, we can use the Azure Data Factory monitor itself. So this is our solution that we are providing. And then what are the benefits and outcomes due to this particular this particular engagement that we have provided? So the data, we got to know how it is changing with respect to the time. And as we are consuming data, we have to see about the scalability and performance. And we have to see the real-time analytics, day-to-day analytics, to see which product is going where, and what will be the outcome of this product, and whether we are having the quality data. I mean, just creating the website is an good thing, but we have to capture the data with quality, right? So from the start to end, the data quality is a crucial part. Somewhere something can go wrong. So it gets identified here. So the data quality, and after that, how do we optimize the cost? So how do we optimize the cost? So that is also one of the crucial thing, and the cost optimization also can be done very much nicely with respect to the ADF. So this is the thing. Like I'm concluding this case study. So if you have any doubts with respect to case study, like you can just ask me. After this part, I'll be going into the to showing you how we will do it step by step. Any doubts here in the solution or the benefits or challenges?
Sir, one small doubt.
Yes.
Like you are using so many tools like SQL, you are using Azure Data Factory, you are using. So how you are in Power BI you are using? How you are integrating? Like
Okay. So we are using ADLS. Okay, ADF, and then Azure SQL you are using. We are using, right? So from here we are getting consumed in Power BI. Okay, so this is our architecture goes like. So in the ADLS data storage, ADF for orchestration and the ETL tool, and then Azure SQL for the end data storage. How we are integrating? So from the Azure itself, we can deploy all these three stuffs directly. Okay, and we need to integrate those 3 things with respect to network and connectivity inside that. I mean, you might have gone through this public endpoint connection, private endpoint connection, these things. So using these things, we need to integrate it. And from the ADF, we can connect ADLS and the Azure SQL. Okay. I'll show you that part, how we can do that in the ADF. And from Power BI, we can connect ADLS and the Azure SQL. Both the things we can connect.
Okay.
I'll show you this part also. Like I can show you how we can connect it, what are the details that we need to provide, but I'll go through in detail in these 3 things. Because with this just these 3 things, we can do the real-time project. That is like market ready. I mean, in the market, many of the projects that we are seeing, they are just going with these three itself, not even very much bigger or higher. Yeah. Any more doubts?
Thank you.
Please. ADLS is what? Okay, so ADLS is what, and ADF also. So ADLS is nothing but Azure Data Lake Storage. Okay, it is a service provided by the Azure, which used to store the structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data with less cost. Just like our Google Drive, you can think of. Just create the folders, and with respect to many other with respect to many other added features. And then ADF is an orchestration tool, and also the ETL tool, we can say. It's an Azure Data Factory. Just what the factory will do. So the raw material will come up, and then the end product will be coming outside of the factory. So similarly, Azure Data Factory will also work in the same way. So we will give the raw data, which in outcome we will get the golden data. I mean, the good product data. Okay, sure. So let me start with just a thing. Okay. First of all, after the case study is done, so I'm going to the practical things. So you know how the Microsoft Azure works. So Microsoft Azure, here you can see this particular EduNet World is a tenant. Okay. So this is the higher level thing. So in the tenant, we are having subscriptions. We can have many subscriptions. Here, if we see the subscription, here just we can see one subscription only. So the billing happens on the subscription level, not on the tenant level, not on the below level. It will happen on the subscription level. So in the subscription, we can create resource groups. So here, if you see in the EF subscription, we are having 4 different resource groups. So how do you think of this way? Okay. So let's take you are having the Amazon Prime, you are using it, and 4 subscription. Sorry, you are having 1 subscription, but 4 users can access, or 4 users we can create. So this is the same. You can think of it as a same. So billing will be on the subscription level only, but we can have 4 different users. For suppose, let's take in the Netflix, we can create 4 users, and 4 of the users will be staying in a different place, and they are watching their different things. And the Netflix shows, for suppose I'm here in the, here in the Andhra, and somewhere some person may be there in the Delhi, and some person may be there in the US. We three get different, recommended things according to our place, likes, and the watch things. So similarly, we can do everything, whatever we want inside the subscription. We can we can have the interconnectivity between the services inside the subscription also. So let's take this particular thing is there, FDP at day 3. So in this, any resource is created, and there is this thing FDP 09P3 prac. So both the resource can be interconnected. That's how the network we have to design. So here I'm going to in this resource group. Okay, so first, how to create the resource group? Just click on add. Here you can go. Sorry. Go to resource groups here in the bottom, and then just click on the create option. So select the subscription. You can give some resource group name, and then we need to select the region. And then next, and we can give the tags if we required, and then review and create. So if the validation is passed, then we can click on the create, and it will create the resource group. So I'm not creating it because I have created it earlier itself. So here, So let's suppose like 5 people were working in a team. Okay, but only one should be able to create the any resource, and 4 should only the access those resources. How do we handle this? So we can handle this in the access control IAM. And if you see here, there are different options. Add, if we click on add role assignment, add co-administrator, add custom role. So custom role in the sense, for suppose for ADF, sorry, let's take for the database, a person, we are going to give a person just only to the read, nothing else. For the database, this user has to be having the read options. So that will come into the custom role. And add role assignment, if we click on this, so job function roles are there, privileged administrator roles are there. So let's take Azure SQL. Sorry, SQL. So Azure Connected SQL onboarding, I mean, which will give all the things actually. These are job function roles, like to give whatever required for them. And if you want to give just contributor roles, where they won't be able to create anything, but they can access everything. So here in the administrator roles, we have 4 things: owner, contributor, access review operator service role, and role-based access control administrator, and user access administrator. So owner will be having to create all the stuff. I mean, he can either remove access, give access, and he's having all the 4 level of accesses. Okay. And here contributor, they are not allowed to assign roles in RBAC. RBAC is nothing but role based access control. So let's take there is one person. He will be working only in the database. So I won't be giving access to him for the ADF. So I'll just give him only to the database only. So that is one example for RBAC, access review operator service role. I mean, for the system apps to discover the service. For suppose, let's take from the ADF, we have to discover the ADLS. So whoever having this role, they can give the access. Okay. And RBAC administrator, especially for the RBAC things. I mean, to give the access to different, different users with respect to different roles. I'm not going deep into this thing. So I'll give just owner or contributor. And then if we click on next, we need to select the members here. And then the conditions we need to give, constrained and not constrained. Like constrained is nothing but, for suppose if we are giving owner to him, so will he able to give access to further people? So if I give unconstrained, he can give actually, and then review and assign, and then review assign. So that person will get that particular access. Okay. This is how we manage access roles in IAM. Okay. So now recently the Azure has changed its name. It's called Azure. What is this? Azure Entra. Azure Entra service. And then to check the policies, we can check here for these resource groups. And so you can check the policies by creating just a simple resource group, and then properties, you can check where it got deployed. I mean, name, location, and then a resource group, subscription and subscription ID. And to check the cost analysis, you can go into the cost management and then check it here. So how much cost you have consumed, which resource has consumed how much cost. You can check in these things. So yeah, forecast available. So like on daily basis, cost analysis will come up. So yesterday itself I have created it. So it is saying nothing to display. So I'll show you one other resource group which there is some cost even. Okay. So let's go to the overview and alerts, metrics. You can just go through all these things. Simple logs also. A simple thing for me. Here, let's take here. Let's take first thing. What we need is like we need the ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage Service. We will go into the resource group and then create. Click on the create button. And here in the marketplace, you can just check this based on the categories. I would like to directly search here, data lake. Here it comes data lake storage gen 2. Okay. And here there are two things, data lake storage gen 1 and here storage gen 2. If you see in the description, uses blobs, tables, queues, files, and data lake gen 2 for reliable, all these things. So this is our data lake gen 2. I'll click on the create storage account. I think previously Mahesh has gone through all this step by step with respect to the storage. Like I think I can skip this part. So here we need to give the subscription name, resource group name. If not there, we can create storage account name, the region, okay, and then standard or premium, and then a redundancy. May I let me know at the end if you have any questions with respect to the redundancy also, and I'll explain this redundancy part also, how this is useful, where we are using it, how much it would be helpful by just configuring these things. And in the advanced part, so this particular storage account can be accessed via APIs and allowing enabling anonymous user on individual containers. So for suppose who are not part of the this resource group or just having that thing, they can be able to able to upload files, delete files, or do anything whatever they want. So if we click on this, it will enable enable storage account access keys, and then this I said right, Microsoft Entra authorization in Azure portal. So if you just click on this, it will just authorize based on the user ID itself. I mean our Azure login ID, and then minimum TSL version. I mean for the storage account especially. And if we enable this hierarchical namespace, we will get to create folders in the containers. So here, if we click enable this thing, and then we will get this chance to enable SFTP. So if we click enable SFTP, so other users, I mean, who are not they won't be having access to the containers, but they will be able to place files into the SFTP from which we can consume it. Okay, so that's the thing. And so blob storage, hot air or cool air, you have seen this already. And then networking. So here comes a catchy part, the enable public access from all networks. So if we just enable this one, what will happen is like, for suppose if you are having the storage name, a resource group, and access key with you, you can access this particular storage account from your place itself. So usually for the POCs, we will be enabling this for POC in the sense proof of concepts to create like to design any mock-up things. So we will enable this, but in the real time, we will go with what is this? Disable public access and use private access itself. So for this, we are going to add the private endpoint connection. So location we need to keep and the name we need to give and sub resource, whatever the things that a storage sub resource we need to give the blob or whatever it is, and the networking. We have to create a virtual network for this. Why? What is the virtual network and what is the use of it actually? So virtual network in the sense, virtual machine, right? So whatever the networking happens inside it, it comes under the virtual network. So while we deploying the virtual machine, we have to create the virtual network firstly. So we will give the same virtual network here also, and the same subnet here also. What we can do is like we can go inside the VM and then access this storage. So previously I mentioned when you are in the public access, you can access it, right? But now you cannot access because only access is restricted to only that particular VM. Even from my desktop, I cannot access it at all. That's how we use actually for every project, a separate laptop or a separate virtual machine will be created most probably. And from there, like here, the virtual network will be provided accordingly. We will do it and integrate with private DNS zone. DNS zone in the sense like whenever this is enabled, we will be able to like have internet access perfectly. So we can download anything with respect to that from the storage. So this is regarding the networking part. And the data protection, you have seen soft deletes, containers, file sheets, and the blobs. And then tracking you have seen, and the encryption also. So most of the cases we go with the Microsoft Managed Keys itself, where we will store the keys in the Azure Key Vault and the tags and the reviews. So this is how we will create and then preview it and then create it. So here I'm having already. Here I'm having already. Here I'm having already this FDP ADLS2, which is already deployed to me. So here you can see in the ADLS, what we are having similar to the resource group, we will be having access controls also. We can control the access towards the container level. OK, so here most of the things we will be using is like containers. Here we can create a containers. So where I have created an extracts container, I can create another container, container underscore test. Sorry, where it doesn't allow the underscores. I'll just create the container. Inside this, I can just upload the file or add another folder. It's like same kind of our file explorer, nothing else. And apart from this, we are having the file share options. Where we can add the file share here. So the name, transaction optimized, and the maximum capacity. Hello, any doubts? Okay. So here the file share options, using this, it's a kind of SMB protocol that we need to use to transfer the files actually. In my case, I have used less of these things, and the queues and tables. These are also less things I have used. It's kind of an table itself. General a general database table itself, kind of this thing. So mostly we will be using the containers. So apart from this, so access keys. Here in the security and networking, if you go into the networking, you can see enable from all the networks. You can see the same things. Which while deploying the things, you can see the same things. And then access keys. So here these access keys are like to get access to the ADLS. So let's take you from the ADF, you want to access the storage. OK, you can if you have these access keys, you can get access directly. And shared access signatures. So for suppose in one of the case we have used this SAS keys actually, where we have used. Yeah. Any doubts? Okay. So the SAS keys where we have used is so in one of the case, for every month the SAS key has to get renewed. Okay. The connection string that we are providing the value in the Python code that we built, this has to get renewal. So if you see allowed services, we can select a blob, file, queue, storage, and which type of resource we require. Just container. Let's take just the blob, and then allowed permissions. Let's take just the read only. OK, if we take the read only, and then here we need to give start and end date time. And then after giving that, if we click on this generate SAS and connection string, it will generate one string actually. Let's take let me give here one more 21st, and then connection string. If you have seen this endpoint connection, SAS token, these are the things are there. Using these things, we will be able to connect only with respect to this timeline. OK, beyond the timeline, it will fail. So what we need to do is like we have to generate it again. So what we will do is in this case, we are going to renewal this again and again to maintain more security. So apart from this, encryption is there. encryption scopes. We can mention it here. I mean, a redundancy. 4 types of, for the East US, like local LRS, GRS geo-redundant, RAGRS, read access geo-redundant, zone redundant, ZRS. So local redundant storage, this is a cheaper thing because it will keep the data in just only one place. Okay, but geo redundant in the sense in the geographical level, let's take if we click on the geo redundant, it will store the data in 2 places. Let's take in 2 places. One will be East US and another will be Central US because the both East US too. So that will be like a kind of geo redundant. And read access geo redundant. Why this was been created is like here in the GRS we can either read and write accordingly. But read access in the sense just we will be having only the read access. We don't have access to the write. So this will incur the less cost. So that's why this was introduced. So in the East US2 only we will be having the read access. And then zone redundant in the sense, let's take in the East US we are having the main thing, and we can keep like South US because those two are totally a separate zones itself. Or you can keep in the Europe, or you can keep in the India. For suppose anything happened in the East US, we can retrieve the data in particular time from the apart from different zone. So we can mention the redundancy, the redundancy here, and the data protection, the soft deletes and all the stuff. These are all the same actually, same things, which while deploying you can see. Now let's go into the container extracts. Okay, so here I can create many other directories. So here I can go in the files. I have just 2 files actually. One is employee 2023-1206 and 10th hour file, employee with the same date 11th hour file. Just one example I'm showing you. So this is the thing. So like how to deploy the ADLS, how to upload the files, and how to
Hello,
like
sir.
how, yeah, yes, tell me. You can call me by Bharat.
Go through, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Ma'am, repeat your doubt, ma'am.
No, sir, please go slow, sir. We are not able to find it. It is going very fast, sir.
Okay, sure. Sorry. So till now it is clear, or anywhere you need
Yes,
repetition?
it is clear. I'm after container you have selected. After that, what we have to do?
Okay, sorry. So I'll select the extracts here. So here I can just directly upload the files, or we can create another directory. Let's take, I want to create the directory with today's date. Let's take 2023-1206. Okay. So if I just click on this save, and then it will create. Oh, sorry. Here it's getting created. Just a second. If you see here, it can get created, and inside this we can upload the file, or we can add another directory also, just like our file explorer. Okay, and let's suppose like I'm uploading one more file. So here browse files for here. Let's take compare.excel file I'm uploading. Okay, so I'm uploading the compare file here. For suppose if the compare file is already there, it shows the error. We need to enable this here, overwrite if file already exists, and then upload this thing. So it will show up here directly. Okay, and then here I do have created the files for our case study. So in the files, if I go inside that, I have already uploaded here. I can show you like upload, browse for files. If I just try to upload this 11 file. So now it is showing the error. The following file already exists. This file. If I click on this, the error will go up, and then this will get replaced. If you see the date, it got just current date 11:46. And this is about the ADLS. Totally. I mean, totally in the sense for our with respect to this. So any doubts in the ADLS or any other feature that you are expecting to see or anything expecting from me? How can let me know with respect to anything related to the ADLS? Going to the main part here. No doubts. Everything is fine. Okay, I feel you are, I mean, you understood all these things. I'm going up with the next part. I'm going to my resource
Hello,
group.
sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes,
Suppose you
please.
want to encrypt the file with a particular algorithm, then upload and download. What to do?
I didn't get you.
Suppose we want to upload the
Uh.
file using our own encrypted algorithm. Encryption
Our
algorithm.
okay, encrypt the file. You are saying okay, okay. So yes. So after let's go into the storage. Okay, that has. I mean, what you said is what you have asked is for suppose let's take this file. Employee file is there. You want to encrypt this file and then place it here. So first, there would be, I mean, there should be some other tool like Python we have to use or any Unix we have to use and then encrypt it and then place it here. We cannot directly place it here. We have to place that in the SFTP. So if you see here SFTP, this is kind of a blob actually. So here add local user SFTP and we can use from our local itself. After encrypting it, we can just move it to here. Okay, after moving it to here, that will be placed in the blob actually. I mean, it is placed here. So, and then we can move the file to here accordingly. We can move the file to this folder. So that's a separate process actually. Totally encryption and the decryption. So did I answered your question?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We have to use our own algorithm using any other language.
Yeah.
We have to encrypt there. After that, we can just load the encrypted file.
Yeah. Exactly. So write the simple Python code in the .py file and in the Python code, read that file, encrypt it and place it in one folder. And after that, move it to the SFTP and run that in the Unix. I mean, it's simple. Yeah. So now let's come to the ADF. Sorry, let's
download this.
Download the file. Here comes the
Suppose
catchy part. Yes,
want
correct.
to download the
Download the file. Even if we download, we cannot see the data because it is encrypted, right? So we have to decrypt it. So for the encryption and decryption, let's take we are using SHA-256 for the encryption of this file. Okay. For the decryption also we have to use the SHA-256 and the same password. Okay. So we have to use the Python or I mean, in my case, I have used in one of the case scenario, I have used the Python to decrypt it. The source was sending the file in the encrypted format, and then we are decrypting it in the using the Python library, SHA-256 library. So you can try with it. Actually, it will be working for sure. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so for decryption example, like decrypt my file using SHA-256 Python. It is also one-way hash function. Okay, take a moment to show it. That's okay. SHA-256. I've used it somewhere. You can get it by end of the thing. I'll show you. Oh, it's okay. So let's come to the next part, that is a database that which we require. Okay, first what we need to do, we'll go to the resource group again. We will create the database. So let's take Azure SQL as a database. You can take any database. Azure SQL. So here it comes this one, Azure SQL. I've just clicked on the create. So in the Azure databases, Azure SQL databases to deploy, we are having 3 different types of things. So one is Azure databases and one is SQL managed instances and SQL virtual machines. Okay. So in this also in Azure, in this SQL databases also, we are having different types of things. So we are having 3 types of things. So single database, elastic pool, and the database server. So single database is nothing but we can just so if we just click on go and create the things, it will just create only one single database. Okay. And elastic pool in the sense where the data will be available. Where the resources will be available. Whenever we need, we can just spin that up. And whenever we don't need, we can just stop it. So the pool is nothing but that actually. So elastic pool in the sense where it can scale up to a different level whenever we require. And database server is nothing but it manages a group of like databases. In that it can be single database or elastic pool, any database. Okay. 3 types of database in the SQL databases and SQL managed instances. We are having this single instance and the Azure Arc instance. Okay. So this is like single SQL managed instance is kind of the SQL server. I mean, SQL server. If we create a SQL server in our local, it will be same as this. Okay. So from that we can just move the data from our local to the cloud if we deploy this. Okay. And sorry, this one it will be having many. I mean, many infrastructure capabilities and like all other stuff, extra things. And here SQL virtual machines in the sense you will be deploying a SQL, but in a virtual machine, like way. So where you are using the SQL like to the OS level access. I mean, here they have mentioned OS level access. That means how to explain it? So where you are using to up to extent to the local also. So from local you cannot connect it. Inside that VM only you can connect it. So which image you want to pick up? So let's take for example SQL Server 22 Enterprise on Windows Server 2022. So this SQL Server will be hosted in a separate window machine. But whenever we create a normal SQL database, it will just create in the Azure. That's it. But here it will host that in the Windows, separate Windows totally. I hope you got the difference. Any doubts in the database types? Okay, so let me select the single database. So and then go inside it. Create. I'm just clicking on the create. Yeah, here you can see the detailed subscription resource group and the database name that the database name we have to provide it here, and server we need to provide. So to host a database, we need a server. So let's take we are not having any server. Let's configure the server now. So let's take FDP like demo server. Let's take this. Okay. And the location, let us keep it as an US East only. Okay. And how are we going to do the authentication? So this is one of the crucial part that we need to take care while deploying any database. So we can access the database via just Microsoft Entra only, in the sense using my ID, I can just access. If we just click on this, this will be the only way to access the other database. If we keep the both, we can what is this? We can create an user password, and then we can log in via the login ID also, Azure login ID also. But when we select use SQL authentication, similar user password. So let's take user and then password, some password at the right. Okay, and then let me click on OK. And after creating this, we need to see here. So we need to give like if you see here, FTP demo server, it automatically picked up. If you see this, and I do have another server called FTP prac09 also. So let me give FTP hyphen demo database. Okay, and then want to use Elastic Pool. So if you use Elastic Pool, whenever the compute is getting high, it increases the DTUs. So if you see here, like an Elastic provides compute DTU and storage, and that are shared between the database. It all contains. So for suppose we are having compute of like let's take 2 GB RAM, and we are consuming all the 2 GB RAM, but a query has hit the database again. What it will do is like it will increase that actually. It will increase the the RAM in the sense. So that's how the Elastic Pool works out. So as of now, I'm selecting no. We can select the S also, and then we have to select the Elastic Pool, or we can create the new. Clicked on no, and workload environment, development and production. So why they are giving different things? So development has different SLAs and the production has different SLAs. And the cost, the support that for the SLAs also is totally different. So let's take the development environment while practicing or doing anything, and then compute plus storage. Now this is a crucial part that we need to understand before deploying any database for our use case. So let's configure the database now. So there are two different things: general vCore based purchasing model and DTU based purchasing model. So let me go starting with vCore based purchasing model. So general purpose, most budget friendly. So here, if I select, there are two types: computing types, provision and serverless. So what is the between these two? Difference between these two? So provisioned in the sense, I will be having my vCores and storage always with me. So the Azure is going to cost for every second till the database is present. So this is how provision works. But serverless in the sense, whenever we use the storage or whenever we run the query, then the storage it gets picked up, and then the compute gets picked up, and then it will be built accordingly. Here itself you can see compute resources as pre-allocated because it is allocated to us automatically. No one cannot consume these things again. Build per hour based on the vCores configured, and compute resources are auto scaled. Build per second based on the vCores used. So till to the extent how much we will use, that is how the serverless works. Now if I select, I'll show you the difference. Now if you see here, computer hardware which we want to use. Let's take change configuration for this. So the minimum is here itself, the 80 and 240 GB, maximum DB for storage. So there will be other series also, like A series, B series, to select the maximum vCores and the maximum memory, maximum storage. So it's not showing here. That's okay. You can select accordingly. And here, if you see max vCores, how many vCores we want? Let's take, we want 5 vCores. Let's take 5 vCores we want. Okay, sorry. 5 vCores we want. Okay, 2, 4, 6 in that way. And then maximum vCores, how many we want? This many. And then minimum vCores. Let's take minimum vCores is like 1. 1 vCore.
What do you mean by vCore?
A virtual core. vCore in the sense it's like a RAM actually. It's like a RAM in our machine. But the Azure mentioned it as a core in their term, where it will compute all the stuff here in the vCore. So whenever we run any command in our computer, it will just go to the RAM and then process it, right? So whatever, if any query has hit the database, it will use the vCores to process it. It's a processor basically, okay? And then we can enable this auto post delay. Let's take we are not using any database for 1 hour. It will get auto post. So as of now, I'm disabling it. And then data max size. So what would be our database size that you require? Let's take 32 GB as of now. And see here 9.6 GB log space allocated. So whenever you create any database, so in that a log space will be automatically allocated. So why? Because system generated tables will be there in that itself. So to get to have the storage for that, so it will allocate almost 1/4 of it actually. So if we take some 5 GB of database, it will take almost 1.5 GB log space for the log space itself. So we need to consider this before deploying anything. Now let's come to the cost actually. So how much it costing us? So it's costing for this 5 GB with 1 to 6 vCore usage. So it is costing, if you see here cost per GB, it's $9. And then maximum storage selected in GB is 6.5. So 5 plus 1.5 GB. So it will become around $58 just for the storage. And for the compute cost, so for suppose I have used for a few minutes, like 30 minutes. So 30 into 60, so 1800 seconds into this much value. Sorry, it's in INR. So this value, it will be in the INR, this value. So like, so let's take, I'm using 30 minutes, 30 minutes into, I'm using just a 2 vCores, okay? Even though I mentioned 6 to 1, I'm using 2 vCores, converting it to the seconds. And 1800 seconds into 2 vCores I'm using it, okay? So totally it becomes 3600 into what is this value? 0.011382. So it becomes 40 rupees. So this is our processing cost. Our storage cost will be this value. So plus, sorry, I can't do plus here. Why? Because let's take this is calculating per second, this is calculating per month. So in a whole month, let's take we have just used only for 30 minutes. Then we can do it this way. Plus 58 rupees. So our monthly billing will be for the database will be 98 rupees. That's how we can calculate the cost. So if we are feasible with this, then we can go and then click on apply. And here also it is asking database zone redundancy is required or not. You can just keep yes or no accordingly. Click on yes. And then if you see here, the cost also changed. Yeah, 58 only. And then we need to select the backup storage redundancy locally, zone or Zio. And next coming to the network part. So connectivity method I have mentioned you. No access means we cannot access this database at all from anywhere, even with the public endpoint or private endpoint. So public endpoint here, if we click on public endpoint, we need to give the firewall rules here. So if we just enable this, allow Azure services and resources to access the server. So if we click on yes, we can access this particular server from the ADF or Databricks or Synapse or any other Azure service. And if we click on no, we won't be able to access it. And add current client IP address. So the IP address of my system, if I add it, then if I have the SSMS in my system, I can connect to this particular database. If I just click on the no, I won't be able to access it. That's how the firewall rule works. And the private endpoint connection, obviously these are same thing. I've said you right. Virtual network we need to give, subnet we need to give, and private DNS zone we need to give. If we don't require, we can just click on the no. That's it. And the name we need to. private endpoint. Same as the ADLS. ADLS I have shown you, right? How we have to provide the private endpoint connection from the virtual machine to public endpoint connection. And then connection policy, you can just select the default. And then proxy means it can be accessed through via other databases. Redirect in the sense like that's totally to the infra part. Just go with the default. And then security. So database is there, start free trial. We don't require. And when you enable this, enable Microsoft Defender for SQL. So Defender will cost us more actually. Have observed this one point. So better go with the not now. And then Ledger, not sure like what is it is, and service identity. These are just infra related parts. Whenever we are going to deploy in the production, these things will be handled accordingly by the infra team. And transparent data encryption key management. So for suppose you want to encrypt the data which is there in the database. So database level key, server level key, you can configure it here. Usually how we used to do is like we will encrypt the data and then write into the database in most of the cases. So here, whenever people want to encrypt the data in the database level itself, they can do it via this. And additional settings. So correlation is, I mean, use existing data. Start with blank database, restore from a backup, or select multiple data to populate your database backup. If any zone has been there, we can show it here because we did not selected anything. So as of now, we are going with the none for the backup or anything. So database correlation, sorry, use existing data in the sense we are already having the database files. We can just, what is this? Whenever we click on the sample, Azure will give itself its sample database itself. Okay, that's how it creates. So do you want to continue? If you click on this, then it will auto create one database, AdventureWorks LT. So I'm going with a none as of now. Database correlation is like which will handle the sorts and compare data, which are, I mean, which are there. And then maintenance window that we need to provide accordingly, or Monday to Thursday, whatever the system provides, and then tags, and then review and create. So if we provide all these things, and then if we click on create, it will get created. Okay. So, Azure users. Second. Networking, public endpoint, yes. And then again, so there is already a database. Though I'm creating it here for you, I can show you. Now deploying the ADF. So this will be in process actually. It started the deployment. And now let's go to the now let's create the ADF. Sorry. Now let's just click on the create. Okay. And then here data factory. So here I can show you other analytics tools also, like Azure services only. So you can see here data factory is there, Databricks is there, event hubs are there, and new Microsoft Fabric is very new to, I mean, this is recently released thing. And Azure Synapse Analytics is there, where it's a combination of data factory and kind of Databricks notebooks. And you can have the Power BI embedded and the data explorer. As I mentioned, right, for the governance, Microsoft Purview. So this also comes under the analytics. And HD Insights is like the Hadoop tool on Azure. Then yeah, these are the machine learning, like machine learning notebooks we can create in this service actually. So as of now, I'm going with the data factory. Like in the meanwhile, I like to show you the storage things in Azure itself. So we have different storage things, storage account where we can create tables, queues, ADLS too. The Cosmos DB is there for storing the semi-structured data. And then Azure File Sync, data lake storage one, Azure Cosmos DB is for MongoDB. And there should be another one, Azure Cosmos DB for PostgreSDB also should be there. I think it's not there yet. And we do have different databases also here. So SQL database, it's like kind of a SQL server. Here SQL server, and it's Azure service provided, and Azure SQL, Cosmos DB, Synapse Analytics, Azure Cache for Redis, PostgreSQL, MySQL, and PostgreSQL flexible server. I mean, where it can, it's like kind of elastic pool actually. And here, so there are different types of services. You can go through it actually, and like computing, very few. Like I can show you the virtual machines are there. So virtual machines and Kubernetes services are there, and container registry. Like with respect to this, I have used only these three things, not used much. So I'll go to the analytics domain, and then I'll go to the data factory, and then click on the data factory deploy. Just name I can give data factory FDP. That's it. And the region we can select, and version you need to give as V2. Then Git configuration, you can configure this one later. And then networking, public endpoint connection. If you click on the private, we need to provide that one. OK. If you enable this one, then it will work. I mean, it will create a virtual network for this ADF itself, and the advanced things, tags, and the reviews. Just after giving these short things, we can just create the ADF simply. So I don't require it because it's already created. I'll go to the, like just now it has mentioned the database is created. Just clicking on go to the resource. OK. If you see here, FDP demo database is created, and then here to see the database, this is the overview. Sorry, this is the database directly. Let's go to the server first. FTP demo server. In this, you can see databases here itself. OK, here one database is created, and the status is online. If you click on this, to query in this thing, you can use this query editor. You can just give the password which you have created. Just a confirmation for this. Yeah, now you are into the query editor. You can just create tables and do the stuff, whatever, just a simple things. So I'm not going to use this particular database. The database is already created. I'll use that one. So like FTP ADF, sorry, this is the ADF. I'm so my database is like Prague09. I'm just opening this, and SQL databases. I'm having this database. Open this, and then in this query editor. Query editor. So I'm into this, so I can see the tables like the views and the store procs also, everything. OK, so this is the just query editor. Like let's go to the ADF now. If I go into this, now my ADF is created. Just a second, it's getting refreshed. This is the data factory. Here you can see. I'm just opening this ADF. Here you can see do all the networking stuff, the simple things, and click on the Launch Studio. OK. And here you can see quick start tutorials and the training modules. Here you can see from the Azure itself. So after launching the studio, you will get into here. So So any doubts in deploying the database and how we are handling it? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Hello team, any doubts?
No doubt from my side.
Okay. Okay, then I'm going on. So now in the ADF, we do have these sections: home, author, monitor, manage, and learning center. So home is nothing but you can just see. If you just click on this, create new pipeline, Power Query, data flow, dataset. I'll go through one by one. What are those? And then ingest, orchestrate, transform data, and configure SIS. Like you can see this, and like if you want to see more, you can just click on this pipeline template and then SAP pipeline template. If you click on this pipeline template, it will come up actually. So where to copy from, where to where you want to copy. Let's take copy Delta Lake Delta data from AWS S3 to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. So you can just click on this and then click on continue. You need to provide all the required things here. That's it. So link services you need to provide accordingly, and all the things you need to provide. I mean, this kind of template actually that Azure is providing you. You can use any of these templates to understand this. This is the home page. Now I'm going to the manage part. Manage part. Here there are data factory settings. We can show the billing report also here, and then connections. So this is the main part actually. Link in the connections, there are three things: linked services. So linked services, integration runtimes, and Microsoft Power BI. So linked services, this is how it looks. It shows the name of the linked service and which type it is and how many attributes are related and any annotations for that. So if we just click on the new, you can see all this stuff. Okay. You can see all the many services. So let's take you want to just see the database, like for suppose Azure SQL database. Let's click on this and then click on continue. Just rename it and then select the integration runtime. Okay. And then connection string Azure keyword. So there are two ways to connect to this particular database. So let me tell you with the connection string. Okay. And then after that, I'll select there are another two options in this, from Azure subscription or enter manually. So if you click on Azure subscription, select the Azure subscription, server will come up, select your server. I'm selecting this FDP Prac 9 and then loading databases. It will show my database and then the master. I'll select my database and it will show all these things: SQL authentication, system access managed identity, service principal, user access managed identity. Here username, and then here it is saying password and Azure Key Vault. So in the Azure, we have this service called Azure Key Vault, okay, where we can store the password. We don't need to type it here. We just need to give the linked service here, okay, AKV link service and the secret name and the version of it. If we after giving all those things, we need to just click on the test connection. That's it. As of now, I'm giving the password here. If you want, I can show you that one also. December. So after giving this, any additional properties you required, and any annotations we required, and the parameters we required, or any advanced contents, any advanced properties that we can define here in the JSON. So as of now, after giving all these things, I need to click on the test connection. If it here it shows connection successful, right? So then I can just click on create, and there is another thing called enter manually. So enter manually in the sense here I have to enter the the database link here. I mean server host here and the database name here. And we can select the similar way these things: SQL authentication, user ID, and password. Okay, this is one way of doing it. And here what we can do is like SQL authentication managed identity, or these things we have to use. We cannot use the user and password from the key vault. So in the secret itself, we will be storing all this stuff in the key vault itself. And then we will try to create this. So most of the people will go with either Azure subscription or enter manually. Here in the password, everyone will go with the key vault only in the real time case, because password should not be entered here. So that's a bad practice that we feel. And so that's why we go with the key vault. And after this, like this one I have created here, you can see Azure SQL database. Similarly, I'm discarding this. So similarly, we can create any other, we can connect to any other services. So, we have created the ADLS also, right? So Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Clicking on this Azure Data Lake Gen 2 and clicking on the continue. So here the name we need to provide, the integration runtime we need to provide, and then we have these different options. If you remember, I have mentioned about the account key and the SaaS URL. So if we provide the account key, like we can just click the subscription and then select the storage that we required. The storage name is ADLS2 loading. So if nothing else we need to give here. So everything is from the Azure subscription, it will take automatically. If we want to enter manually, here we need to give that URL, that account name and the storage account key. Storage account key, if you remember, like I have mentioned you it here, access keys. In the access keys here, this key we need to provide it here. Then it will work. Okay. And this is authentication from the account key, and from SaaS URL, you can just look into it. And then I'm just clicking on the cancel. Sorry. Here I'm just clicking on the cancel here. Start changes. Now I'm having ADLS and Azure SQL DB. Okay. And what is this integration runtime? Okay. There are two types of integration runtimes: Azure SSIS and Azure, self-hosted. So and default auto resolve auto IR. IR means integration runtime. Auto IR, SSS IR, self-hosted IR. So where at which point we are going to use these things? So auto resolve integration runtime, we can use this. It is auto created. Whenever we create the ADF, it will get created automatically. Okay. So when we are using this is basically whenever we are going to access the public resource, or whenever we are going to access the things which are present in the Azure subscription, in our Azure environment, then we can use the auto resolve integration runtime. So now if we want to use the SSIS things, means we can just select with the SSIS, for the EDL parts directly from the SSIS. So self-hosted in the sense, so self-hosted, for suppose while deploying the database, I have mentioned you that we can host the database in the virtual machine, right? So it's not in our environment. It's totally in the secured environment. We can we can call it as an on-prem or a secured environment. So self-hosted will need to be used in that case actually. Okay. Self-hosted will need to be used in that case. Here you see on-premise or private networks. In that particular times, we need to use the self-hosted things. So Microsoft Purview, to handle this, we need to connect to the Purview account. Git configuration, can configure the Git here. Whatever we are doing it here, it gets directly reflected there. And then ARM template is to export the Azure Data Factory from one environment to another environment. Okay. And then triggers. So authoring, in a sense, in the authoring, we are having this triggers, global parameters, and data flow libraries. Triggers are nothing but it's like an a trigger thing where it will trigger a pipeline. I'll show you that also. And then global parameter, the global variable, right? In the coding part, it's the same thing. So if we declare any global parameter here, we can use it all over the ADF. And data flow libraries. For suppose we need any library, we can just import it, like for the data flows here. So now let's go to the author. So in the author, we are having the pipelines, and then change data capture. This is in the preview mode, data sets, data flows, and the Power Query. Most of the things we are using pipelines, data sets, and the data flows. Data flows is also very less. And these are the two things that we are going to use. So let's, if you want to see what are all the pipelines that we have in the pipeline, what are all the things that we are having. So if you see here, what a pipeline can do here, it can just copy the data and also trigger the data flow. And then in the Synapse, so it can call the Synapse notebook also, but here we need to connect to the Synapse Analytics. If you see, I'll show you the difference. So what is the difference between Synapse and this one also? And here Spark job definition, we need to define a Spark job and then we can run it here. Data Explorer command, we can run it here. Azure functions we can trigger here, and then any custom functions, the Databricks notebook or jar or Python we can run here. And then you can run this usequal also. General things like in the coding part, append a variable in the sense like creating a new variable, appending the value to the variable, delete any file or anything, execute pipeline, execute SSIS package. If what to do in the case of failure, get metadata. Yes, any doubts? And the lookups are there, store procedure are there, set variable, validation if we need to do any validation, webhook. I mean, these are the kind of APIs, web and webhook, to fetch the data from the API. The weight is there. And then H3 Insights is like Hive map, reduce pig, Spark, and streaming. We can consume these things from here also. Iteration and condition, filter, for each, like for each is like for all the things, for all the cases. And if condition, switch, until is like the like a do while loop. And then machine learning part, we are having Power Query. After creating the Power Query, we can execute it here. So these are all the things. Now I'm going to show you the higher level things, how we have to do one of the part. So I have shown you that in our container, we are having two files. Okay. In the files, we are having these two files. Okay. Now we need to move that into the database. Let's take into this DB. There is one table that I have created, employee staging. In that staging table, I have to move this table. So how do we move it? So we are going to use the ADF now. So first, before doing that, we need to create a data set. So data set is nothing but which will give access to the underlying data. So if we click on the new data set, so we need to select what is the type of it. Let's take data lake generation storage. So let's here in the storage, we can have the many formats: Avro, binary, delimited text instance, CSV, comma separated file or tab separated file, anything, Excel, JSON, ORC, Parquet, XML, and all the stuff. So I'll show you an example of Excel thing, which we have loaded that Excel, right? Excel file, name it, select the linked service here, ADLS, and then just for the normal purpose, you can just browse it actually. Worksheet mode, name or index we can select. And the sheet name we have to keep. For now, I'm just going with none. Okay. Here, after clicking the none, it will just come up this way. Okay. To show what are the things are there. So in the connection, there are three things here: connection, schema, and the parameters in the main part. And here general and related. So general in the sense name and the description and annotations. So connections, you can see the linked service. You can text the connection here or edit it here. And file path, we need to provide it. So how we are going to provide the file path? Let's take an example. So now I'm doing this way. How we used to do it regularly. First, I'll create a parameters. Okay. One is a container and one is a folder and one is file. Okay. File name. Let's take. So in the schema, import schema is there. So it's for the manual purpose. So whenever we parameterize these things, it will become dynamic. So let me start browsing this one. in the extracts. So here, if you see, we have uploaded the file in this particular date module, compare.xlsx. I click on OK. So it will just import these things and it will load the sheet names also here. It's still loading. Sheet 1 here. It will show all the sheets it is having. So after importing these things, if I just click on preview data, it will show up the data in the preview mode. It meant that this data set is working perfectly. Now, if you see, the headers are coming this way and the data is coming this way. OK, so to make this header employee ID as header, employee name as header, we need to just change it here. First row as header. If you just click on the preview data again, now that will come as an header. And you can select the range also, range of the columns that you want to read here, and null values, how to handle that. You can use this also. Okay, 1 second. Range A1 to E, like let's take E10, then review. It will show only A1 to E10 in this particular range. Here, E1 to E10. So 9 rows along with 1 header. So now for this, this is not the input file for us. So first, our target is to move this data to the database. OK, so what we are going to do? So I have created the CSV file data set for this one. So here you can see. Now you are seeing these manual things, right? So how to make this dynamic? So here, if you click on any value here, you can just click on add dynamic content. You can add anything. So first will be the container. OK, and then next will be the folder directory, and then next will be the file name. So whenever we try to access this data set, let's take we are doing lookup, general lookup, and here we are selecting the Excel file. OK, now it shows all the parameters. OK, whenever we select anything here, it shows all the respective parameters. Actually, here if you see container, we need to provide, because here it is dynamic. If you see, it will whatever, for suppose if we provide any value, it will take that value to here, and then it will take consider it here. OK, and then folder value, and the first row only it is there. First row only it is there means it will take only the first row. If you disable it, it will take all the data. OK, for an example to read the things dynamically, so let's take extracts. Here I'm giving the folder name, this value, and then compare.xlsx. .xlsx. So if I give this and then just debug this one, Excel worksheet, it is mentioned the worksheet. I can refresh it. OK, I need to give the sheet name here, sheet 1. We can parameterize this also in the Excel actually. Sorry, here parameterize sheet. Now we need to pass the sheet name also. sheet I'm getting it here. Then sheet 1. So if I just click on preview here, it will work. It will show the data respectively. So these parameters, it's like a kind of calling a function. So now if you see, it has used these parameters and we call this Excel file dataset, and passing these parameters, we are getting the data. Hope you can relate to that. Okay. And our main thing is like CSV. CSV file we are having. We are having two CSV files and one SQL connection. So CSV file we are calling container, folder, and the file name. So if you see in the connection, I've parameterized this, and I can select the compression type also, and I can select the delimiter type. Anything can be the delimiter, right, based on the file. And then row delimiter also we can select, and usually it will be slash and it can be slash R and a combination of slash R and slash N also. And encoding, any encoding it can be, and code character, like to handle the string, we need to use this escape character. So it can be backslash or slash or double quote or no escape character. And we are selecting this first row as header. Okay. And for suppose in our file, we are having these none values and we need to consider it as none as null value. So if we give it here, it will consider this as null. So we don't have it. So that's okay. Now, 1 second, just publishing. So we have like to save these two things, whatever we have done, we can just publish this one. Okay. So I'm going to this SCD pipeline. In the SCD pipeline, I have created this copy activity. Okay, now I did not tell this about the SQL DB also. So in the SQL DB, two things will be there. Parameters I'm providing, schema and the table. So the schema and the table dynamically. I'm giving it here. Sorry. So here in the STD pipeline, I'm using the copy activity here. So what is the copy activity? So copy activity is nothing but to move data from one place to another place. This activity, this copy data activity does that particular thing. So here in the copy data activity, in the general, there are many things: name, description, state, activated or deactivated. If we click on deactivated, it will show us this way. When we debug this one or run it, it won't run it. It has been activated way. And timeout, if it is going on running for almost hours, it cannot be run like that, right? The cost will get consumed. So that's why we can give as like 10 minutes, 20 minutes in that way. So in usual cases, we used to give based on the SLA. So kind of almost 7 to 8 minutes per activity. And the retry, if like a maximum number of retry times means like if it is trying to fetch anything, if it is not able to fetch anything, how many times it has to retry and what interval it has to retry. And this is the general thing. And the source. Source, let's take the CSV. If we take the CSV file, I mean data set, this data set. So what are all the parameters that we are providing? So extracts is the container name, and we do have files, and the file name you can in the file name. Extracts is a container and the file, and then 1 second. Let me copy this particular file name. Okay. File name here. So I'll provide this value, or I can do this way also, like wildcard file path. So these things won't work. Now I have to give the source container. It will take extracts we need to give. And if we give employee this star dot CSV. So if we use this way, it will read whatever starting with these things, it will read all the things directly from this particular folder. And we can filter this way also, filtered by last modified. So for suppose we have to read the file which has loaded into the ADLS in last 1 hour only. So what we can do, start time for like before 1 hour, we can just select that particular value. Let's take it's almost 2 on the day. Sorry. So 11 to 12. If we keep this value, and then end time also we can keep, but as of now it is not required. And then we need to read this. It will read the files. It will read these files. It is applying filter on these things. So where is this filtered by last modified? In this thing, you can see here, this modified is there, right? This is the last modified here. So based on the use case, we can use this accordingly. And the list of files. If we click on the list of files, we have to provide the file list actually. I mean, total full file path in that particular thing. So if we click on browse, extracts, files, and then if we click on the file, if we click on the OK, so now you see extract the slash files. So if we select this, it will read all the files in this folder. So this much capability this copy activity is having while reading purpose. OK, this is the thing. Just for the CSV, with respect to databases, it changes according to their features. And now we need to write the sync. Source is nothing but from where we are reading. Sync is nothing but what is the target of it. So now let's take SQL DB. Now the schema we need to mention. Here the schema is like DBO, and let's take employees. Okay, this is our table name. And then here any pre-copy script. For suppose we want to whenever we write, we want to truncate this table. We can write delete from employees, like dbo.employees. We can write this one. So before running the copy activity, before syncing the data, it will run the script and then it will sync the data. Okay. So and then there are these behaviors, write behavior, insert, upsert, and store procedure. So if you want to run the store procedure, you can select this one and run it here accordingly. I mean, for this thing. And then upsert in the sense it will do insert and update both the things. That's what meant upsert. So it's like same like merge only. And then here we can provide the key columns here. Here it is not fetching the data, so we can provide like EMP ID as of now. Just for showing purpose, I'm showing it. So bulk insert into table lock. So here what is it meant is like so whenever we are good with data, we have to import. We have to load all the data in a single go. We will select this option. Okay, else it will fail. And table option is there. In the table option, we are having none and auto create table. So if table is not there while doing the copy activity, if we just select this, it will auto create the table simply. And then write batch timeout. So if there is connection issue and it's going on for like 5 to 10 minutes, but we don't want to do that in that way. Or if we are having like kind of a 20 million rows, it is going almost for 30 minutes to 1 hour. So if we keep here 15 minutes, it will run only for 15 minutes and it will throw out an error actually. It's saying it as a timeout. Why? Because we cannot run all these things for hours and hours. As I have mentioned previously, there will be the SLA and then write batch size. Here, if you see number of rows to insert into the SQL table per batch. So if we write like if we say 10,000 rows per batch, so it will be ready with 10,000 rows and it will load in a single go. It won't go row by row. And then maximum concurrent connections, like number of connections in parallel that it requires to do the parallel insert. And then mapping. So if we try to import mapping from the source, it's not okay. So if we do it manually, we can import the mapping actually. Underscore stage. Okay. Stage. Yeah. Import schemas. We are trying to import both the schemas, the source and the sync, to check whether they are correct or not. that I need to use. None. Just selecting the okay, okay, it's here file path in the data set. Maybe some issue with the source, I'm thinking. Okay, here we know what are the columns that we are having, right? So like generally we don't use this mapping. Actually, we will use the Excel sheet. I mean Excel sheet for mapping as a mapping document, and we will see what are the columns there present we are getting here, and then we'll use these things and create the the DDL accordingly. So we will be confident with this, and we won't create any mapping here. And then settings, in the settings, we can use this data integration units, how many units that it has to use. If we give 4 maximum, it will use it. Copy parallelism, in the sense we can select actually in parallel runs how much data it has to copy. So for let's suppose we are having 10 million rows of data. So if we give copy parallelism as 5, then 2 million each thing it will get loaded automatically. And then fault tolerances, we can skip incompatible rows. For suppose in a string column we are sending an in a int column we are sending a string variable. If we select this one, skip incompatible rows, so then it won't load that row at all. Mostly we won't be using it because it skips a row to be loaded. That creates a problem in a real time. That was an issue. So that's why we won't use it. We can enable this logging. Logging is for like log all the, log all the process into certain location. So here, whenever we enable this logging in ADLS, we have to warning or info. So all these things we can load into one particular path accordingly. We can load this into one particular path and enable staging. Staging the data in the sense ADLS we can give and then browse the path accordingly. Staging in the sense, first we will load the data into that particular place, in that staging place. And then from there, we are going to directly take the dump into the table. It will be like super fast, not just a row by row action. So in those cases only we are going to use the staging. And then here user properties, we can add any user properties we can see. Now, to show you, to give one by one thing, I have created this. So I'm just deactivating this one particular thing. And then if you see, I have given the same things here. So first I will load this like 10th file, and in the sync, delete from employee staging is there. So it will every time it will reload, it will truncate and load the data. And then to run or debug this, we can just debug this one. So this won't be running at all because it is inactive. So here you can see this copy activity is running. And here, if you see, so here you can see this JSON, input JSON, whatever it is giving. So like type delimited text source, and the storage settings, it is saying the storage settings. Format settings, it is saying the format settings. And then sync, Azure SQL sync, and then any pre-copy scripts, and the write behavior, insert, upset, or doing the running the store proc. SQL user write table lock false, and these are all the things. Enable staging is false, and all the things it has given. Now, if you see, it is success, it is showing. So what else it will show? Activity status, activity type, run start, duration, integration runtime, and then user property, activity run ID, and the log. So if you see the output part of it, how many data read, and then data written, and then read files, size of the data read, number of files it read, and then source peak actions, source peak connections, and number of rows read, number of rows copied. So if you want to use, for suppose, if you want to use this particular output, how many rows you have read and how many rows you have copied into further process, you can use this way. I'll show you variable. I'll create a variable here. Rows copied. And here it will be the integer value, and then here variable, variable, set variable we will keep here, and then connect these two things on success. Here it is having on skip, on success, on fail, and on completion. So if you keep this one, it will be variable set rows copied, and then in the settings, pipeline variable return. So here we can select this copied row, and then here what we can give, if here we need to do the dynamic content always. We cannot go with the default because this value is coming dynamically. And here if we will go with add dynamic content, here you can see there are two activity outputs here, and parameters, system variables, functions, and variables. Activity outputs here. So copy from blob table to this one, and pipeline return value. So we will, let's check what is the output here. So output dot, it will be rows copied. We have to do it this way. DB table put dot this value. So now if I run this again, this value, this particular rows copied value will be having the 20 rows, 20 value. And if you see here, activity type copy data, and this is set variable. This is also run. And here what it is getting, variable name rows copied, value what is 20. Now what is the value that came up here? Name is row copied, value is 20. So now we can use this variable same as like in the coding in further purposes. Let's take, we are running a query. Let's take, I'll show you one more thing. Lookup. I'm taking this lookup here. Lookup is nothing but querying the database. So in the lookup, I'm joining these things. In the select, it can take anything, but as of now, I'm taking this SQL DB, DBO, and then employee underscore STG. So I'll take the query here. I will disable this first row only, and after taking the query, so here I need to get this particular value from here. So add dynamic content. First, how we are going to write? Select star from what is this? DBO dot employee underscore STG, where employee ID, let's take greater than 20, as we are seeing 20 rows only loaded. So this should give an empty output. Let's take less than, better understanding, less than 20. OK, now this 20 should be dynamic value. It should not be the hard coded value. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the functions @ concat. So concatenate, concat will do the concatenate for the string. OK, from here to here. This is a string, and now comma, and then now instead of 20, what we are going to keep this variable. So instead of this variable's rows copied, it will replace with 20. Now if I click on OK and then just run with this, So till here it is done. Now lookup is running. What is the input that it is giving? If you see here, source is Azure SQL source reader query. It is passing this query to it. Select a star from DBO employee underscore stage where employee ID less than 20. So we did not mention the 20 here. It has taken up from the variable. Now if you see, the output will be this way. It will be a list of these things. It will be list of these things. So this is how, for an example, I have shown you higher level pipeline with copy data activity, set variable, and then lookup things. Any doubt still here? I'll go to the data. Next, I'll go to the database and then run some small store procedure and then show you. Any doubt still here now? Please be open.
Yes, faculty, you can ask your doubts if you're
Uh,
having any doubts related to this data factory.
Okay, I'm going with everyone is clear till now. And
Okay.
I'll go. Let me go to the database now. Let me see. Select a star from employee stage table. If I just run this, I'm getting all these things. All the 20 rows which I have loaded, which are there in the file. Which are there. Which are there in the input file. You can see, see 20 rows are there in this. So 20 rows got loaded into this particular database. Okay. So this is loading till the staging part. Okay. Now what I will do, we got a new file. This is just like showing you the copy activity, a regular case scenario, like a regular technical part. Now I am going to come to the functional part now. So let's say I'll just open this and then show you. So here, if you see, this is our data, 25. Let's take from the 16 to 20 rows, there are some changes and two new rows got added. How we are going to reflect that in the database. And I'm going to show you the SCD2 type. So let's check what are the changes here. If you see, these three values got changed. Okay. And then if you see, this value also got changed. This value also got changed here. And then if you see here, product management changed to department, changed to the engineering. I think let me increase the size of this. Here there is change in this. And then here from sales to product management, there is a change. Now these two rows are totally new. We need to do the SCD2 type. This is a real case scenario, but the data is only different thing. That's the only thing. Now let me go here. Now first file we have run completely. Okay. First file we have ran. Then what we will do is, now I have created a store procedure here. What it will do is view definition. If I click on this view definition, it will show the definition actually. So what it does is it will insert the data into the main table whenever the data is not matching, where not exists, staging to main table where data not exists. Then it will insert the data. And next step is update the table which are active based on the employee ID and active flag equal to 1. And then these are not matching because M means the main table, S means the stage table. So whenever there is a change between the main table and the stage table existing thing, then there is a change in the data. So we need to update the active flag to 0 in that particular thing and update the current timestamp. And then after that, we are inserting into the main table all the things. That's how we are doing it. So now let me show you. Let me clear the data first actually. Truncate. So 0 rows it is showing. Now, like let me run the query. XEC std2. If I run this, so if you see here affected rows 20. Now, if I see from the employee table, it should be having 20 rows. Okay. So 20 rows in the employee stage table, we are having till salary code only. Now we are having this insert time, update time, and the active flag also. Okay. Everything is
Sorry to
active flag.
interrupt you, Bharat.
Hmm.
Your screen is stuck now. We
Okay,
can
okay,
only
fine.
see those truncate command which you have run.
Can you see now?
No, the screen is stuck.
I have reshared the screen. Can you see my screen, guys?
No, Bharat. Can you please reshare your screen?
Yeah, doing it. Now, are you able to see it?
No, it is stuck. And Narendra, it is visible to you?
Any other?
Yeah, actually, I
Yes.
can see now.
Okay.
I can see. Even I can see now. Yes.
Okay, okay. So, like I have ran the execute store procedure here. The store procedure is having all the process to do that in SQL from stage to stage to the main table. So we are selecting this employee table to see the data. Here you can see the insert time, update time, and the active flag. Okay. So insert time, update time is same, and the active flag is this way. And now what we are doing is we are loading this data into the staging table and then merging into the main data. Okay. Now let's see. Sorry. Now let me load 11th hour 5. Okay. Let me debug this. Yeah, this is completed. If you see here, if you click on open this, and you can see all the details here from where to where, and data read, how much bytes and how many bytes are written, and files read, rows read, and rows written, and number of connections, peak connections here from here, and the number of peak connections from here, and copy duration, how much duration it took, and what is the throughput. I mean, how many DIUs it has used, 4 DIUs, parallel copies only just one. These are all the things, details it will show accordingly. And what is the speed of it also it will show. And now it has loaded the data into this one. So you can see a number of rows loaded 7. Now, if we see in the staging underscore stg, we will be having those 7 new rows. So 16 to 22 with some changes. Okay. Now, if I run this execute store procedure std to type. Now, if you see, it is saying affected rows 12. Why? Because I'll tell you the description. If I that has completed, 12 rows got modified, and if you see the employee table, you can see here it is having values till 22. Employee ID 21 and 22 are also there, and if you observe 20 is also there, 19 is also there. What is the difference between these two rows? If you just see for the 20th, I mean where the ID equal to 20. If you see these two, so 20 started at started at 7:32, okay, and then ended at 7:36, and that's why because active flag is 0, and this particular row started at 736 and it's still continuing. We can keep this any value actually in the updated timestamp. That's why active flag is 1. So whenever we take the latest data, we will use this query. Select a star from employee where active flag equal to 1. So this gives only the 22 rows. It won't give the duplicate rows. Here, this is how we are tracking the history. Now I will explain you how this SCD2 is working. So let me take this particular thing and then this particular value here. Okay, let me take this insert time. Update time and then active flag. Okay, so while we insert this for the first time, the data will be like it is having something kind of, let's take this date. Okay, so let's take this is the date that we are having for that particular thing. And update time, let's take it is having as a null. And for all the values, all got inserted in a single time frame, we will be having it as null. And active flag will be null. This is for the first time. Okay. So whenever we are inserting this new data, let us take this data and let us keep it here as of now. 16 parallel with 16. Okay. And then what we need to do? We need to insert these 4 rows. And then these are the new rows, right? Let me highlight it this way. And then inserted at some other time. Let's take after an hour. So this has inserted at 8 p.m. Sorry, 8 a.m. Okay, and this value should be 1. And now 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. This cannot be null 1 now because these are the old data. We need to update it. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 and 0 here. These will be 0. While updating this 0, update time should be some value like this. Why? Because one of the column got updated here. One of the column got updated here. So that's why we are adding this as update time. Now here this value will be null. And we will insert these new rows accordingly here. And then it will be the same in this case. This is how the table has looked like. So if you want to see the query, I can show you it here. This language SQL. Okay. So first part, what we are doing here, we are inserting the new rows, inserting into the insert new rows. Okay. And then update existing records. So we are changing these two, right? If you remember in the Excel, these two in the existing, these are already existing. So that's why we are changing these two records. So update time, we are making change. Active flag, we are making it to 0. And insert updated records. So these are the updated records that we got. So we will update these two. So whenever we apply filter on active flag equal to 1, we will get only the latest data. So this is how SCD2 works. So in the real time case scenarios. So this is a depth into in detail what we are doing in our daily things also. So let me know, guys, if you have any questions with respect to anything.
Yeah, dear faculty members, any doubt you can please ask.
Yes, please. Any doubts or any questions from you, like if you faced anything, you can.
Bharat sir, please take a short शॉर्ट व्यू ऑफ ऑल द जो आपने अभी जब भी कराया है, तो फटाफट एक
Okay.
बार कंटिन्यू कर दें.
Okay. I can give a short explanation. So first thing what we did, I mean, regarding the technical part or the use case that you are asking?
Only practical parts.
Practical part. Okay. So there is a, I mean, let's think it as a question. So you are having a file that is, you are getting each hour one file with updated data. So what you need to do, load the data into the table, and then also load the updated data. So first what we are doing, so first we will store that file in the ADLS. Okay, let me share you the screen fastly and then show you once again. So here in the extracts, we will be storing the data, whatever the files are. Okay, and then what we are doing, we need to create the ADF pipeline. After creating the ADF pipeline, we will load, whenever we receive one file, we will run this pipeline. Here we can run the triggers now actually.
Hello.
Like, hello, yes.
Hello.
Hello.
And Narendra sir shared the some CSV file in the WhatsApp group. That's file are loaded here.
No, sir,
In
these
these-
are two different files, sir. Those are
Yeah,
different
okay.
files.
Yeah, I have created these files actually. So I have created a
Continue, sir.
pipeline.
Continue.
Yes. I have created a pipeline to load the data into the staging table. So here we are doing extraction and loading part. Extraction for the source, loading into the sink. And in the database, what we are doing, whenever we run this query, it's doing the transformation. So ELT, we are doing the highlighted view. So that's what we are doing it here. So now here, to get into the real-time things, to get into the industry, these are the things much more important. How are we going to scale this pipeline? For suppose I'm having just one table here, that is fine. What about if we have 100 tables like this? How we are going to scale it? I mean, we can use the for loop here. I would like request you to guys just go through some of the documentation or YouTube videos, how to load 100 tables at a time in using the ADF pipeline. So you will find many of the things, or even as the ChatGPT, you can find it very much easier doing it. So these are all the practical questions. These are the practical things that we do in the daily life. Any more notes?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think Shashank, over to you.
Yes. Actually, Shashank is. Thank you, Bharat.
Okay.
Thank you for giving such a valuable information to all the faculties also. So thank you very much putting your efforts in that. So I think Pratima is not there. Pratima, are you there on the call?
Pratima is not there. Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, faculty, if you want to ask something to Bharat, apart from these also you can ask. Like any other knowledge you want to take it. Like he is an industrial person, so you can ask any doubts related with your academics and industrial things. Anything you can ask. Yes, faculty. Okay, I think faculty is not having any doubts. Thank you,
Okay.
Bharat. Thank you for your efforts.
Okay, sure. Thank you. And extra suggestion to faculty, one thing is ask the students to use ChatGPT for any process they require. It gives in detailed explanation. Whether it can give or not, it will give. So if they follow step by step, they can easily get into the higher level. If they want more into the detail, they can just refer the Microsoft Docs if they are using Azure, and the AWS Docs if they are using AWS or GCP similarly. Anything like
Yes.
that.
Yes. And also, Bharat, I want to ask you one question.
Yes.
Instead of ChatGPT, I'm using this Google Bard is also good. Bing is also
Google?
Bard.
But I don't know exactly. GPT version is 3.5. If they are
No, in
using
Google
4,
Bard, it's GPT is 4 version we are using.
then they can
And
use actually. Then
okay,
they can use, yes.
no, I'm
Okay.
using that one. So
Okay, then yeah, I'll also try to use. They might make into the premium actually
no,
later.
actually, yes, and even Chat GPT also, no, it's a
Yeah,
version.
it's already in
It's a
premium.
premium version. No? They will be
Yeah,
providing more accurate result
yeah,
compared to
exactly.
Bard.
Yeah,
So
to my
Bard is very
experience,
good.
it's okay.
Yes, Bard is
Okay,
very good. If you tried once.
sure. So in the recent times where like usually frequently I used to use the ChatGPT itself. With 3.5 itself, I'm getting almost to be more precise results. So 4 will be
Yes,
much more precise then.
yes.
Okay,
So
okay.
thank you very much, Bharat. It's very valuable thing which you have defined here in this PP. So all the faculties will be definitely taking something from this.
Yeah.
Okay, over to you, Narendra. You can continue the sessions. Like we have 10-20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Bharat. So till now, what Bharat told is the real-time scenario where the real-time data is streaming and how to handle the data. So everything. So we are going for the small part of this. Like, let us share my screen first. So we might have created the storage account. I can see in the resource group. So let me connect to my portal. Again, it is sure. Okay, meanwhile, I will go for the little explanation of this. Let us go for what happened now. So now you might have seen the real-time scenario where he has used ADF like ADSL, and he used SQL database, and the real-time scenario using these three different resources. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm just breaking these things into small parts so that we can understand. So like we have created a storage account now. So using storage account, we have created a container. So now in the container, we are keeping some data. So like CSV data we are keeping. Okay. And after that, I want to copy. Let us consider we have storage account number 1. Okay. In the storage account number 1, I'm having container number 1. So where I'm having CSV1 file. Okay. Now our activity is in the same storage account. I'm going for the same storage account. Okay. Now I want to go for container 2. So in the same storage account, let us consider container 2 is there, which is empty. Empty. Initially that is empty. Now after that, so I need to do some activity. I need to do some data flow activity. So here I'm telling this as data flow activity using ADF. After that, I need to get this CSV file, which is there this CSV file which is there in the container number 1. So that means here the CSV1 file which is there in the container number 1 will be copied to container number 2. So initially the container 2 is empty. So that activity I am doing using Azure Data Factory. So just now we are seeing so many functions we can do in Azure Data Factory. So this is called as copy activity. This is called copy activity. So using this copy activity, I try to copy the CSV file from container number 1 to container number 2. That's it. So this we are carrying out. So let us connect to my portal. Here we can see the resource groups. For the time being, before entering into Azure Data Factory, we need to know few of the terms. So let us know the terms like in the so the terms are like he has explained already. Linked services, linked service. This is one term. Data set, another term, and then pipeline. So these are very important terms. Okay. Injection runtime. I already mentioned injection runtime. So linked service. This is the term. These are the four important terms. Like what is the meaning of linked service? So linked service is just nothing but connection information. It is always showing about connection information. So we in real time we are using so many services in integration part. So many services we can integrate. So what about the linked service gives us is it is always showing the connection information. So connection information about the services or the resources. It is giving where our particular service is there, in which part of the cloud it is there. So that particular connection information will be given by linked service. Coming to the data set, so the data set is giving about the structure of the data, and schema of the data, and it is giving us schema of the data. So like how the table is looking like, what is the format of the table, where it is located, all these things about the data, complete information about the data. You can call this as it is data set is giving complete information about the data, Okay. So now pipeline is nothing but logical grouping of logical activities. So like he mentioned pipeline. So under one pipeline, he mentioned like copy activity is there, extract activity is there, update activity is there. So that means here pipelines can be used to group logical activities. So here I'm not going for having multiple activity initially. We'll go for single activity, single logical activity, and then you can understand what is the meaning of pipeline. And then we can go and create multiple pipelines like 2 or 3 or whatever. So we can group all these logical activities under one roof. That is called pipeline. Okay, ingestion runtime is just nothing but the time during which we are connecting all our data to the Azure Data Factory. Okay, this is having two parts like already mentioned. We can have customizer ingestion runtime or else auto. So always we go for auto. Okay, so already he mentioned that part also. Now we go for our resource group. So this is my resource group, FDP 8 day 3. Now I'm connecting to, so I can show you like these are the resources here. You can see 21 resources are there. In this 21 resources, you can see here, I'm keeping all my resources. Like these are all my resources, like EN database, one SQL database I have created, one storage account I have created, second storage account also I have created. So let us go for first storage account. So this is a single storage account. Storage account number 1. That name is EN storage 1. In this EN storage 1, I have created one container. So container you might be knowing by this time. So container is a place where you are keeping the data. Okay, so this is one container. Let us see. So in storage 1, I'm creating one container. So I'm clicking on this container and I'm keeping the container name as like input. In the like Bharat example, he mentioned that as extracts, but I'm taking this as input and I'm entering inside this container. Container is just nothing but a folder where you are keeping the files. So here I'm keeping the first file. So I provided you two files, two CSV files in WhatsApp group. So try to download the two files and paste that on the desktop. So now I am adding these two files. Let me go for single file for the timing because we are running a short of time. So I'm just clicking on this browse and I'm browsing for my CSV files. I'm selecting employee file and then I'm selecting open and then upload. So when I'm clicking this upload button, so this file is uploaded into this file. Okay. So now I want to, I have added already this address.csv file is already there in this container, and the employee.csv file I have added. So now I am going for only single file, employee.csv file. If you want to see the employee.csv file, what is there inside this CSV file, just click on this employee.csv, and then you can go for edit, and you can see the data.
Hello.
You can see.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Nindya sir, please repeat from how to select the CSV file from under container.
Okay. So under container, go inside a container. So you are having an upload option. A button is there, upload. You can see now, sir. You can see this upload button.
Okay, sir.
Can you see the upload button, sir, in your container?
Yes, yes.
In the container. Upload button. Yeah. So if you click, it is asking the browsing option where your file is. So click on this browse for files, and it is asking us where the files are. So go accordingly, just give the path. So for your case, you might have loaded the 2 files in the desktop. So you can go and select the files. Okay, and then click on open. So then automatically the files will be loaded into this blob, and then you click on this upload. Click on this upload. So I'll show you that part also. So I'm browsing here. I'm just selecting, for example, I'm selecting here and say open. So now here in the blob already that file is there. So it is asking whether to overwrite or not. So I can say overwrite. For your case, it is not asking any overwrite. So then finally you click on this upload. Now this employee.csv file is inserted in your container, in your input container, like that. So if you want to see what is the data present inside this employee.csv file, so just click on the name of the file, and you can go for edit. You can go for edit, and you can see here this is this is CSV format. Otherwise, if you want to see the preview in the table format, you can see here. You can have you can see 3 columns are there: ID, name, and department, and these are the 3 rows present in this. Okay, now just close this after noting down this data. So now what I want to do is I am creating one more container. So all of you create one more container. So this is the input container where you are having the 2 files. Now I'm creating one more container. So already in the example I told, in the same storage account, I need to have 2 containers. One container is having the data, other container is initially empty. So now I want to create output container. So the name is I kept as output. So just create this output container. So you can see like 101. So someone created in my storage account. Okay. So I have created input container where I'm having the files, where I'm having the 2 files. You can see the 2 files. But when I go to output container, if I go to output container, I'm not having anything. No data is there. No data, no results are there. No data is there. Now what I need to do is I need to do some activity in the cloud. Okay, where the input container file number 1, like employee.csv file, need to be copied from input container to output container. So that's it. So that is what I have explained here. Okay, so like I want to copy the file employee.csv file from input container to output container. You remember, input container, output container, both are in same blob storage. The blob storage is nothing but our container, like our storage account, EN storage 1. So this is the blob storage. In this blob storage only, input container, output container, both are having. So let us see like one. Okay, let us see the activity. I'll just make it more clear. I had drawn a little diagram. So storage like 2 or 1, I don't know. So let us see. Yeah, so I have updated. So this will be more convenient to look at, to understand. Yeah, see here, sir. This diagram will clarify many of your doubts. So like I'm having an input container. Let us consider this square rectangle block is nothing but input container. on the last side, on the right side, we have one more container that I am calling as output container. You can see the location of the input container. So this is in blob. This is in blob, and output container is also in the blob. Okay. So that means within the same blob, we have two containers. Now what I'm doing is from input container to output container, I am copying. So that is the reason why I'm calling this as copy activity. For doing this copy activity, I need to do some of the things like I need to create a linked service. So already we know that a linked service is just nothing but it is nothing but a connection. It is giving about the connection information. So that means connection information means what? So the linked service, like this round is there now, oval round, the first one. So this is called linked service. So what we are doing using this linked service means we are saying the location or the connection, how to connect to your input file. The input file is there in the Azure Blob Storage. So that information will be given by linked service. And finally, so after getting the input information where my particular input file is located, then I need to create a data set. So data set means what? It is giving about the data information, complete data information, like how the schema is presented, what are the, how many rows are there, how many columns are there, what is the data present in that. Everything will be given by data set. I need to create a data set for input file. And same way, I need to do some activity, copy activity on the input file. And finally, at the output side, in the same fashion, I need to create a data set for the output. So the in the input side, you are having one table. In the output side, maybe you are having another. You require another format of the input, like input form is CSV form, and like your requirement is like you need to have the JSON format in the output blob storage, so that you can decide. But for example, I am going for input is CSV form and output is also in the CSV form. So for that, I need to create a data set which is describing about everything, like how many rows, how many columns, how the schema is looking like, and what is the format of the data at the output side. Everything I am defining. So through the data set, this is output data set. After that, I need to define some information regarding output container. Output container is placed in some part of the Azure. So now I need to give the connection information through the linked service. Okay, so the linked service at the output will give the connection information about the output container. For the time being, in the Azure Data Factory, let us consider. So this Azure Data Factory, I am creating one service called Azure Data Factory. This Azure Data Factory is connecting one blob storage number 1 to blob storage number 2. That means like within the same blob storage, I want to copy from one container to other container with inside single blob storage. When the within inside the single blob storage, then one linked service is enough. One linked service is enough. That whatever be the linked service we are defining at the input side, I can use it for output side also. Let us consider this copy activity is defined between input container of storage account number 1 to output container of storage account number 2. Since we are having two storage accounts, so two different services, so then I need two linked services, one for input container of storage service 1 and one linked service for storage account number 2. So let us consider we are having input container, output container, both are in the same blob storage. That means I need only one linked service, and then how many data sets I need? So I need one data set at the input side, which is the describing about the schema, the data, the complete information about the input side, and one data set at the output side. Okay. So now I need to create a pipeline here. The pipeline is just nothing but for doing this activity, like copy activity, I am creating one service called pipeline in the Azure Data Factory. So everything we are doing in the Azure Data Factory only we are doing. So now here we are created. So hello, Mahesh,
Yes,
is it
yes,
okay?
yes.
Okay. Oh. So now I'm going to create Azure Data Factory. And now here see, just type data factories. So just in the search box, you just type the service name data factories. So you can see here data factories are visible. So select the first one under services. So just select this data factories. This is the name of the service. Okay, so now these are the data factories which is created. Vanati ma'am created, Ananda created, and this is a Azure data factory created by Bharat now. So now I'm creating one data factory for myself, and you also create one data factory from your side. So I'm just clicking on create button. Now I'm giving the basic details. It is as similar to any service. So it is asking the subscription group. This is my subscription, year subscription. And now I am selecting the resource group name as FDP 8 day 3. All of you select the same resource group. And now I need to give some name of this. Okay, the name of this service, Azure Data Factory. I am giving this as EN-ADF1. ADF stands for Azure Data Factory. And I am keeping the default region only. If you want to change, like already Mahesh told, so many regions are there, you can select one. But for the timing, I'm going for East US only, and I'm selecting only version 2 only. And then I'm just clicking directly on review plus create. Just click on review plus create. It is going for some validation. It is checking for the availability of that particular resource. If it is available, then it is showing create. So click on the create button. Now the deployment process of this service will be starting. It is taking 2 minutes time to completely deploy that particular Azure Data Factory service in your subscription. It is creating some JSON files. It is submitting to Azure, and it's deploying. So now what I need to do is click on the go to resource. Click on this go to resource,
which is going to
now
kill you.
I can enter inside Data Factory.
Just to this line, which is going to give you 3x salary hike, a career growth.
Hello. Okay. So now I am inside my Azure Data Factory. Now I am launching the Data Studio. It is already known to you. So I'm clicking on Launch Studio. So when I'm clicking on the Launch Studio, I am entering inside the Azure Data Factory. So once I enter into the Data Factory, I can do any data related activities. Any data related activities. The data analysis, data information, data insights, everything we can do. But for the time being, it is a huge service. Azure Data Factory is a huge service. We can do all the operations related to data. Okay, hundreds of operations you can do. But what to understand the basic nature of the ADF, we are going for copy activity. So copy activity we are going, and then you can go for any other activity. So we'll try to go for copy activity. So still it is not yet loaded. Yeah, so this is my Azure Data Factory. You can see even having shown this. Okay, now here the first step is already I told you during copy activity. So if I want to do the copy activity, the first service I need is a linked service. I need to create a linked service. So the linked, why we need to create a linked service? Anybody, please tell me. Hello. Okay. So what is the purpose of linked service? Linked service provides the connection information. Okay, where my data is located, in what part of the cloud my data is located. Okay, so here in copy activity, my copy activity is from input container to output container. I need to copy inside same Azure Blob Storage. So for that, since it is in the same blob storage, same blob only. Okay, so I am having only one linked service. One linked service is enough. If you are having different blob storage, like blob storage 1 to blob storage 2, then it should be 2. It should be 2. So one linked service for indicating blob storage 1, one linked service for to indicate blob storage 2. Since I am having only one blob storage, I need one linked service and 2 data sets